Jerry's going first.
Jerry's going first.
Okay, Jerry's going first.
Either way. Okay, we are going to call Committee A to session, and I'll have a roll call for attendance. Dr. Madam?
Here.
Dr. Speakerman is not here, and I am here. First order of business is the December 1st, 2018 meeting, and the minutes. Dr. Madam, if you'd like to make a motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second the motion. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The next order of business is the agenda. We have, if I'm reading this right, we have two cases for consent agenda consideration. Dr. Madden, would you like either A or B removed for further discussion?
I would actually like to make a motion to remove both for further discussion.
Okay, a motion's been made to remove both for further discussion.
So does that mean you want us, so if you remove them, then
We'll take them one by one.
right. So, or do you want to just go ahead and prove that they're okay?
I'm sorry, I misspoke there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't think you understood.
So you
Okay.
want to you're okay dismissing?
Dismiss.
You're okay, dismissing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you wanted to discuss them.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the, motion, Dr. Madam, to approve the consent agenda. Motion made by Dr. Madam, second by me. Hearing no discussion, unless there is any?
No discussion.
Nope. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Okay.
I would like to call Committee B to order. Roll call. Dr. Reese. Dr. Erbstoser, present. Mr. Landau.
Present.
Go to item 3, review, consideration, and approval of minutes from October 20th of 2018. Is there any questions, and do I have a motion to approve?
I'll so move.
Second. Consent agenda for
Got
consideration.
to vote first. Yeah. All in
Vote.
favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Same sign.
Same sign.
It
Number
passes.
4, consent agenda for consideration of executive director dismissal. Number A, do I have a motion for
We
dismissal?
can go through A through G. We can do it all together. I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Perfect.
So moved.
All right.
Okay, I'll second that.
Second.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Same sign. It carries.
Opposed, same sign. And
Adjournment.
adjournment.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah.
All right. Are you guys ready to get started? Everybody ready? Okay.
Hold
Oh,
on.
one second. Okay, 1 second.
1 sec.
You bet.
The
To go to some-
Mary,
Yes.
the Committee B agenda is incorrectly stated here. Dr. Riggs's name is on here, not mine.
Oh, you know what? It doesn't say it here. It's in
What
that
I
other
have
paper
is-
one.
Okay, 31619. It says it on what's posted.
Because on here it doesn't have it.
Wait, let me go to the public.
Yeah. Yeah, this is right, but
The paper one's.
oh no, there are two.
Yeah, the paper was.
Two of them.
One's A. Remember, you're on both committees.
Yeah, but
Here, let me look on the,
this is different than what's posted here.
Yeah.
let's look on the public one.
Yeah, this is. Oh, you know what I was looking at?
You were looking
What
at the
came
minutes.
up?
Where's the old one?
Let me see. No, it says Saturday, March 16th at 8, and then it's at, let me go back.
Yeah, the draft minutes is A through G.
Yeah, there's a problem with the posting.
No, the public one is okay.
Let me see, not what came up here.
Which, are you on the, just the public website or the
Oh, you know what,
DDI?
you know what happened? You see this?
Hang on a second.
today.
That's the.
And then March 19th,
Yeah, March 16th.
and then go down,
You're fine.
and it drops
did good,
down.
boss.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you did.
Which one is that?
Yes, it now comes up right,
Right.
but
wanna point
the
that out.
post, the initial posting
I'm comforted.
is wrong,
What's the initial?
let me go back. March 16th.
So this was on the VDI though? Like
No,
just
I
the
did-
internal one?
I just got in. I just got into it here.
Yeah.
March 19th, March 16th, and then Blue Ridge.
Yeah, but the one that comes up on the public website is okay.
Okay,
that's-
so this
they
is
just have
wrong.
to-
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's on your,
They just have to,
Okay.
they just have to.
your internal one, you're okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're looking at the
Okay.
wrong one.
Okay.
All right. So I think we need to,
Because you just approved the consent agenda, there's only one item.
yeah, but.
You said A through G.
You
that's-
said A through G.
Well, you said consent, but your
Yeah,
motion
the
was for the
consent,
consent
okay.
agenda.
Good.
All right.
All right.
You're okay.
All right. All right. Are you all set? Well, everybody's good? We're ready to get started? Okay. Dr. Prahl, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Mary, you're good?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. I'm going to bring this meeting of the Arizona Board of Osteopathic Examiners and Medicine Surgery to order. Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Dr. Erbstrasser.
Present.
Dr. Madem.
Present.
Mr. Landau.
Present.
Dr. Cunningham.
Here.
Dr. Reese. And Dr. Speakerman are absent.
We have a quorum. I want to remind our board members that if you do have to get up to leave for any reason, we'll have to stop because we won't have a quorum, okay? So if you need to have a biologic break, please let me know, and we'll take 5 minutes so that we will still have a quorum at all times. I want to welcome everyone. The mission of the board is to protect the public by setting educational and training standards for licensure and by reviewing complaints made against osteopathic physicians, interns, and residents to ensure that their conduct meets the standards of the profession as defined by law. I want to welcome the med students of Midwestern, University of Arizona College of Medicine at Midwestern. We have Midwestern students here. Welcome. I hope that you will learn something today. Thank you for coming. And also we have AT Still. We have AT Still here as well. Welcome. Also, and we also have, let me see here, and the AT Still School of Osteopathic Medicine and AT Still Kirksville College of Osteopathic Medicine. Anybody from Kirksville here? Welcome. All right. Welcome, all you guys. So, hope that you will listen. Please put your phones away. I want you to pay attention. We're going to bring you up afterwards and ask you some questions, okay? But thank you for coming, all right? If there is any member of the public that is not a respondent, licensee, an applicant, or complainant wishes to address the board on a matter that appears to be on the agenda, you will be asked to speak during the call to the public. If you want to address the board on an issue not on the agenda, you will be asked to speak during the call to the public. All those wishing to speak should fill out a speaker form and give it to a staff member. Do we have anybody that's here for the call to the public at all?
No, I don't.
Okay, good. Before we get started, just for our med students in the back, I'm Dr. Cunningham. I'm the chair of and president of the osteopathic board here. I have Jerry Landau. He is our vice chair. He is a judge that's here. And he's a public member, so that you understand that. We have 2 physicians. Dr. Madem, he is an ER physician, and Dr. Erbstrasser is a family practice doctor as well. We have Mary. She is the assistant attorney general that helps guide us through the process of the legal process here. We have our interim executive director, Dr. Prahl. Thank you, Dr. Prahl, for all the work you're doing. And also Jenny, she is, we're going to miss her. She's leaving. And Jenny, thank you also for all your hard work here. We have, and I'll give you a clap as well. Thank you so much. We have a new member to our staff, Mary. Welcome, Mary. We hope that you'll be able to get some big shoes to fill with Jenny leaving us. We have John O'Shattenberg. He's one of our investigators. And then we have Kim, correct?
Yes.
Kim, welcome Kim as well. She's also our staff then as well too. So kind of gives you the flavor of our board that we have here and how we run things here. If you have more questions about that afterward, please don't hesitate to ask us, any of the board members. But are we ready to go for review and consideration of the approval of the minutes? The first is January 12, 2019 open session. Says everyone had a chance to review that. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Dr. Madem. Second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Erbstrasser. All else in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. B, I guess we're skipping because we don't have all the ones here for January 12th, 2019 executive session. All board members that are not here that were present participated in that, so we'll move that to our next board meeting. We'll have C, January 31, 2019 open session. Has everyone had a chance to review those minutes?
Yes, sir.
Can I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Dr. Madem. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Erbstrasser. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All right. We'll move on to D, January 31, 2019 executive session. Everyone's had a chance to review those minutes. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion approved by Dr. Madem. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Erbstrasser. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We're ready to move on then to, this is the number 5, so Dr. Crom, the review and discussion and action of case reviews of allegations of unprofessional conduct. This is the time for our med students and also for the members of the public that are here where this is just a case review. This is not an investigative hearing. This will be then discussed if we need to move this to investigative hearing or not. We're not hearing the full case. So we won't be doing a full review of these cases that come forward. We had quite a few. We have A through I. So the first one that we'll start with is DO-18-0099A, Gregory Francis Gergilo, I can't say that correct, DO, license number 4421. Is the doctor here?
Yes, he is.
Doctor, could you please come forward? Welcome. Thank you for being here, and have a seat. There's the complainant here as well.
No.
The complainant is not here. Has all board members had a chance to review this case?
Yes.
Any questions that they would like to ask the doctor? I'm sorry, how do you say your last name?
Gargiulo.
Okay, well, I'm awful with saying that. Welcome. Thank you for taking your time to come early in the morning. Anybody that has any questions about this case? Okay, can I have a motion?
I'll move to dismiss.
Second.
I have a motion to dismiss. I have a second from Mr. Landau. I have a second from Dr. Madem. Any questions or discussion before we vote?
No.
All signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, same sign. Dismiss. Thank you, doctor, for coming down and spending your day coming here.
You convinced us.
I'm heading in right now.
Well, that hopefully will make your day better then. All right. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. The next one is BDO-18-003A. DO-18-0030A. Joseph William Winchell, DO, license number 4179. Is the doctor here?
No.
Is the complainant here?
No.
Does anybody have any questions about this case? Can I have a motion?
Motion to dismiss.
I have a motion to dismiss with Dr. Madem. Can I have a second?
Second.
I have a second with Dr. Erbstrasser. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes for dismissal of DO-18-0038. All right, now we go to C. This is DO-17-247B. Michael David Goodwin, DO, license number 3786. Is Dr. Goodwin here?
He's not here, but he did tell me that if you had questions, he could appear telephonically. I have a phone number for him.
Okay. This was a 3-reviewer form. I have on my notes here.
Yeah, I was the one.
The main concern with this case was that Mr. Landau was concerned because Dr. Goodman had not responded to the board. He did respond.
Yeah.
You'll see his board response.
Yeah, he subsequently responded.
Okay.
So I'm fine with the dismissal.
Okay. Can I so you want to make that as a motion?
I can, yeah.
Mr. Landau made a motion for dismissal. Dr. Madem made a second. Before we vote, any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. All right. So next one is D, DO-17-0294A. Chris Pachuri, DO license number 4737. Is the doctor here?
Dr. Pachuri is not here, but he is available by telephone.
Is the complainant here?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So I'm trying to remember who had the question about this one.
I think we
Well,
all.
it was Dr. Reese, and then I put on here
yeah,
case
Dr.
review.
I think that's dismissal, but
Let me look here real quick. I remember this case.
This one did have some elements that might have caught the problem. It was certainly not clear cut, though.
This was an ER doc? Was this the surgeon who did it?
He's a surgeon. This was, the patient had the discogram,
And
cervical
had a-
discogram, and
and had a-
developed an infection.
Yeah, an abscess that developed.
there was an issue with lab work.
This was a.
There was an issue with documentation.
Yeah, there was no SED rate or CRP. That was what I think that was recommended in this case. I'll leave it up to you. I was on the fence on this one. This was a malpractice case that why it came forward.
It was
What's your feeling on that? I was going to ask your question.
Well, I think it merits to go into an investigative hearing because, you know, first of all, you have a surgeon doing the discogram, which is fine. I don't think there was appropriate lab, and anytime you put a needle in somebody's neck, you always got to think about infection.
Any other
Pain
board?
is out of proportion, right?
I'm not going to disagree. Any other board members have any other?
No, I agree. That was it.
Okay.
No, I thought I'd leave it to, yeah, I indicated dismissal, but also thinking that I wanted to hear from my medical colleagues.
Yeah.
So I'm fine moving forward.
Like I said, I was 50-50.
Yeah.
I am fine with moving it forward. I think it would be nice to talk to the physician and see if he's, what other things has he done anything different since he's had this case, this particular case, and move forward. All right, so can I just make a motion for moving the case forward to investigation?
Moving the case forward to investigative hearing.
I have a motion from Dr. Erbstrasser. Do I have a second? Second from Dr. Madam. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. So motion to move this case DO-17-0294A to investigative hearing. All right. All right. Next is E, DO-18-002A, Michael Allen Decker, DO, license number 00646. Is Dr. Decker here?
Yes, he is.
Dr. Decker, would you like to come forward? Welcome, sir. You can just have a seat right there. Is the complainant here?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Is the complainant here on this case? I don't believe so.
Okay. And I'm trying to remember who had the questions on this.
Mr. Orlando?
Yeah, this was the question on the underlying complaint. I had no concerns, but the investigative report and then the follow-up showed some concerns with the prescribing of Adderall.
Yeah, I agree with that, but he came in with prescriptions for Adderall already at a high dose, and the complaint I don't really think was warranted. I think the doctor acted within the legal and appropriate bounds.
Yeah, I didn't think the complaint was warranted, but I was wondering about the continued prescription.
You know what I'm going to tell you? It was a high dose.
Yeah.
And I have patients that I'll tell them if they're on Adderall, I don't feel comfortable for them prescribing this, but we know that they'll have withdrawal. So I may bridge them, I'll say, and I'll give them 30 days, and I'll say, you have to go see a psychiatrist. I want a full evaluation. Of course, then they sometimes come back and they haven't done it. I'll say, this is your last 30 days, and that's it, okay? So I think the doctor did everything appropriate. I think that, it was a high dose. I think he didn't continue to, like for years to do this, what I'm trying to say. So I think he acted appropriately. So I would be in favor of a dismissal.
I'd like to make a motion to dismiss.
I have a motion on dismissal from Dr. Madam. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second from Dr. Erbstrasser. All in favor, everybody signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The case is dismissed. Thank you for coming, doctor.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I'm sorry, we're not trying to talk around you. We're just trying to save you the trouble.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I just wanted to be sure that we all understood and see what you all had to say.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Landau.
This is FDO-18-0062A, James David Stewart, DO, license number 005591. Is Dr. Stewart here?
Yes, he is.
Dr. Stewart, would you like to come forward? Welcome, Dr. Stewart. Is the complainant here?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And let me look here. This is...
Yeah, this is another one where I wanted to hear from you all. I think I noted that I didn't necessarily see a statutory violation, but enough was raised where I wanted to hear from my medical colleagues as
I
to what they
agree.
thought.
I agree with your concerns, Mr. Landau. This was the one, if I remember correctly, just had some delayed interpretation
Yeah.
of SCT. But Dr. Stewart really seemed like acted well within standards of care, and I don't think missed anything personally. So I think his actions were perfectly appropriate.
Okay.
I was just going to ask one question from the doctor. What do you think was the cause of the delay of getting the report?
So at the time, all of our radiology was read off-site by St. Joe's. They were, for some reason, having issues. I guess they only had one computer with a select few radiologists reading those images, and so things were getting delayed. For whatever reason, they also said on their end there was to be some technological glitch where things weren't identified to them in a timely manner, so they kind of missed it, seems like, for several days.
So my question then is, was it just sitting there and it never got read? And the radiologist, or did the radiologist read it and just never contacted you? That was my concern.
So what appears to happen is probably a resident read an initial report and it was fairly benign. The problem is we could never find that initial report to show on paper. And then an attending who was supposed to confirm it for some reason didn't see it for I think 5 days or so. And at that point read it when they realized it hadn't been officially approved by the attending.
So what, do you know if there's things that have changed now that since this occurrence with this particular case? What are you guys doing different, or so this doesn't happen again?
So a few things. So for one, I guess they've had more of their attendings credentialed, and they have the system is different. So now, rather than one computer, they can use all of them. I guess have access. Also, I guess more aggressive with just bugging them about results at this point.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah. Is there anything to the note here that a KUB was ordered but then changed to a CT scan?
Yeah, so at the time, there's two hospitals at the hospital. So the KUB was initially ordered. Then there's a call from the nurse that maybe the symptoms were worsening. So the other physician that was actually on at the time changed the order to a CT. So the actual initial CT order wasn't actually ordered by myself.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
The actual CT order wasn't ordered by myself. That was by the covering physician at the time.
Who ordered the KUB?
I did. That was an earlier point. There was there's a series of KUBs. So the initial one was ordered by myself, then a CT later, then follow-up KUBs later.
Yeah.
I think a KUB is a fine screening. It's cheap, low radiation,
Yeah.
quick. There's nothing wrong with that.
See if there's air under the diaphragm, things like that.
And there's and no problem changing it to a CT scan?
No. I think the main thing I just had the question about is the delay in, getting the information to you. That was my thing.
That's horrifying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely more aggressive about it now.
Okay.
Just
Any other questions from board members?
No, but I'd like to make a motion to dismiss.
I have a motion for dismissal from Dr. Madam. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second from Dr. Erbstrasser. Before we vote, any questions?
No.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Case is dismissed, Doctor.
right, thank you.
Thank you for coming down.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart.
All right. Next case is DO-18-0014A, Roy Neil Skousen, DO, license number 2214. Is Dr. Skousen here?
Yes, he is.
Dr. Skousen, can you come forward, please? Please have a seat there. Welcome. Welcome. This particular case, I think there were a lot of questions that we might have had. Any questions from board members?
I think we need to move it to an investigative hearing.
I would like to make a motion for executive session.
Yeah, let's go. So
For
let's
legal advice?
for legal advice.
Yeah.
So let's do that first, and then we can talk about that. Okay. So I have a motion to go to executive session for legal advice. I made a motion. I have a second.
Second.
Second, Dr. Madam. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All of you can just sit there for a minute. We're going to go into that room over there just for legal advice. We'll be right back. Dr. Skousen will be right back. All right. We're back at our executive session for legal advice. Any board members have any questions that they would like to ask Dr. Skousen here or not? Before we get started? Okay. Dr. Skousen, would you like to make any comments here about your case whatsoever? I think there's a lot of concerns here with what had occurred. And so there was an evaluation by Dr. Sucher. I'm not sure if board members want to go in and talk about that.
I would rather, I want to give Dr. Skousen the
I know
opportunity
you
to say
flew all the
something.
way here from
Yeah.
Oklahoma City. This is not an investigation. This is just a case review, okay?
Yeah.
Whether we have enough information to go to investigative hearing. And so that's what we're talking with our Assistant Attorney General about. But does...
Yeah, I wanted to give Dr. Skousen a chance, also considering the fact you flew in from Oklahoma City, give Dr. Skousen a chance to speak if he doesn't want to at this point, which is perfectly fine. Either way, I was going to suggest an investigative hearing would be appropriate.
Okay. Anybody else want to make any other comments? Okay. Dr. Skousen, and I appreciate you flying all the way here. I feel that this should be a move to investigative hearing as well. I think there's a lot of questions that we have here, and it deserves your full time that we can ask you in a full open session of the events that occurred, and also what will be the remedy in the moving forward, okay? And
Let me ask one question.
Go ahead.
Dr. Skousen, are you practicing in Oklahoma?
Yes.
Okay, and you practice in Oklahoma City?
Yes.
Okay. Do you practice here at all?
No.
Okay. You're just licensed here?
Yes.
As well as Oklahoma?
Correct.
But
Anywhere else?
This event occurred in Arizona, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Anywhere else that you're licensed?
New Hampshire and Colorado.
Okay. Do you practice in those states?
I haven't practiced in New Hampshire, yes.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from other board members?
No,
All
I'd
right.
like to make a motion to move to investigative hearing.
I have a motion to move for investigative hearing from Dr. Madam.
Second.
Can I have a second? Any discussion before we vote? Anything that you would like to say, Doctor?
No, I
All
was
right.
just showed up for the...
I'm glad you came.
Luck with the board
It was very important that you did that, and Dr. Skousen, I appreciate you doing that, okay?
It is very important.
I agree.
And there's a lot of
Yeah, so I think want to make,
miscommunications and
I think that we
starts and stops between this whole thing. It was back in November of 17, I believe.
Okay,
So it's been dragging on for way too long.
I agree. We need to move forward with it. So I have a motion for investigative hearing. I have a second. Any discussion? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. So we're going to move this to investigative hearing. I'm sorry you're going to have to make another trip out here, Doctor. And then that's when we're going to go through the complete case, all right? And that's when that I would suggest that you can do it yourself or get counsel as well to represent yourself, or help represent you with the case as well, and we will go through the entire case, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you for coming, Dr. Skousen.
Thank you.
All right. Next case is HDO-18-0143A, James William Osborne, DO, license number 4439. Dr. Osborne, come forward. Mr. Myers, I see, is with you here. Welcome, Mr. Myers. All right.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just state that
Sure.
Dr. Osborne contacted me late Thursday. He would like to address the board for about a minute.
Sure.
And I would like to address the board for about 5 seconds.
Okay. Always our
I
pleasure
just-
to hear from you, Mr. Myers.
But I will be counting the seconds.
All right.
About 7. I just want you to know that Dr. Osborne takes this matter seriously, but I think one thing you may need to know is that he's not received any investigative report from the board staff, and he's not received Dr. Sucher's evaluation.
Okay.
It's more than 5 seconds, but
Okay.
close.
All right. Any questions from board members?
No.
All right.
No.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Gentlemen, sorry to waste your time, but
You're not.
You're not wasting our time.
Not wasting
No,
our time at
we're
all.
glad you're
I mean,
here.
the happenings of August 28th of 2018, I know at this point truly saved my life. was the probably the darkest day that I've ever had in my entire life. I didn't really realize that I had fallen into a depression to the depth that I was in. Depression in my family, coming at least from my military background, I've never been able to admit those type of things. And so for me to go out and reach out and get help, I think it took an experience, something like this, to happen. I'm going through a needed breakup of my medical practice. I was going through a possible divorce from my wife, which, thank goodness, probably with God's help, we've worked things out, and which is great for my 5 children. I had also recently experienced the death of 2 of my closest friends. So this happening and getting the help from the board, and actually the evaluation by Dr. Sucher, and then I'm actually under the care of a psychiatrist, Dr. Dan Glick, who has helped me tremendously. And for once in a long, long time, I'm able to actually enjoy life again. So,
Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Myers.
No, I don't have anything further.
Okay.
Yeah, 7 seconds.
You know, I think that I don't know how other board members feel, but this is what I think maybe would be. I offer an opportunity. Maybe we don't have to go to investigative hearing, Mr. Myers. I'm going to put this back on you. What is? Do you think that we could come up with a consent agreement of some sort with at this level that we could work out with the board and the doctor, and then come back then forward later and see what do you feel?
Well, I haven't had time to talk to the client about this, but as you know from many, many times, we've worked out a consent agreement. I don't think that, and I think it would help an awful lot if I had from staff, for example, Dr. Sucher's, and see what his recommendations are. And what I would recommend is that the consent agreement be consistent with the recommendations. I don't see any kind of restriction on his practice or anything like that.
I don't see where we'd have a problem with that. Or what do you think, Mr.
Well, I'm not sure I necessarily agree, but my thought would be to set this for an investigative hearing, just so we are not putting it off. But if a consent agreement can be worked out in the interim, we can always vacate the investigative hearing. I wouldn't want to try for a few weeks and not come to agreement and then have to put it off. So I'm all in on a consent agreement if that could be worked out.
So do we make a motion to that effect then, Mary? Is that what we need to do?
Yes, you can do that. I would just have one question, or Mr. Landau and members of the board, would you anticipate a consent agreement being for probation and monitoring?
Yes.
Consistent with how the board handles
exactly.
other cases?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, so then you could do a motion to move it to investigative hearing and also direct staff to work on a consent agreement.
Right.
You want to go ahead and make that
Mr.
motion,
Myers?
Jerry?
Yeah, that was my thought. I just don't want to put it off and then have to come back and delay it at all. So I'll move that we set this matter for an investigative hearing, and further that board staff work with Mr. Myers and Dr. Osborne towards a consent agreement that could be brought back to the board and then I'll follow up after the motion.
Okay. Can I have a second?
Second.
So motion by Mr. Landau, second by Dr. Madem. Any discussion before we vote? Okay.
Yeah, I'll just say one thing.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and if the board approves the consent agreement, we simply vacate the investigative hearing and move forward from there.
And then I'd like to just make sure to direct staff, make sure that Mr. Myers and the doctor gets all the information that they need, okay?
I will make
All
certain.
right.
And I have a question.
Go ahead.
This is a non-confidential.
Correct. Right. All signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you, Doctor. Good luck to you, and we hope that we'll be able to work out a consent agreement, okay? Thank you. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Myers, for being here, too. All right. Next is IDO-19-005A, Anthony Christopher Posen, DO, license number 3684. Is Dr. Posen here?
Yes.
Dr. Posen, please come forward. Thank you for coming. You can just have a seat right there, Doctor. Do any board members have any questions? And then we can let the doctor speak as well.
I'd let him speak first. See what
All
he
right,
has to
Doctor,
say.
do you have anything that you'd like to tell us?
I've been a physician for 20 years. I've had no unprofessional conduct accusations against me over that period. I don't currently have legal representation, so I'd like to refrain from any comments until further notice.
All right. Any board members that would like to ask any questions? We'd like to make a motion.
I move we set this for investigative hearing.
I would agree with an investigative hearing as well. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second with Dr. Madem. Then the first is made by Mr. Landau. The motion. Any discussion before we vote? All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Same sign. So what this has done, Dr. Garcia, you might be confused, is we're going to move this to an investigative hearing, okay? And if you would like to get counsel then for you to help represent you at that particular time, the staff will let you know when this will be set for in the future. Then you can tell everything that happened, and we'll do the investigative hearing, and we'll go from there then, okay?
Are we going to follow the recommendations from Dr. Suture's office? Or?
Well, that's what we'll talk about at the investigative hearing, okay? This was just to review whether we go, if it needs to move forward or not, and the board members have felt that it needs to move to a full investigative hearing, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Do you want to do an applicant thing first, Dr. Pra, or do you want to?
Dr. Coleman is
Dr. Coleman here?
Yeah, he's here, and he's needs to catch a plane. So
But you first wanted to talk about, wasn't that 12?
not until after the investigative hearings. It would be okay to wait.
Okay. All right. So so the first one, we go to license application. And it is, which one is, where is that?
Dr. Coleman is an investigative hearing.
6A.
He's the first investigative
So you want to go ahead and do that first?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm confused today.
That's why we had Dr. Prott.
Thank you, Dr. Pratt, for keeping me in line. Okay, so we're going to now go into investigative hearings, number 6. The first investigative hearing is DO-18-0087A, Andrew J. Coleman, DO, license number 1839. Dr. Coleman, welcome. Can you swear in Dr. Coleman, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Do.
Dr. Coleman, and can you introduce your counsel with you then as well?
Yes, Marquis Stewart from the firm Dickinson Wright.
Welcome. All right, Dr. Prod, is this yours to review?
No, I believe it's John's.
Oh, John, excuse me. I'm sorry, I didn't bring it up. John, this is yours.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. I would like to make a brief opening statement, if that's permitted.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So
just a second. Let's do the review of the case first.
Okay.
And then we'll let you. Okay.
Sounds great.
All right.
Okay. On 5/3/18, a notification was received from the Federation of State Medical Boards that Dr. Andrew Coleman received a disciplinary order from the Michigan Board of Osteopathic Medicine and Surgery. This order had not been reported to this board by Dr. Coleman. Dr. Coleman responded that an action was filed approximately 3 years ago by the Michigan Board. This action was a result of pre-signing discharge forms at a nursing home. This was done because the director of nursing at the home requested it to expedite patient discharge. Dr. Coleman signed a consent order and stipulation agreeing to a fine of $2,000 with the Michigan Board. No further action was taken.
Okay. Go ahead and make your opening statement to council.
Thank you, members of the board, and good morning. I just want to point out that on January 29th of this year, I submitted a written response to the allegations that also attached as exhibits the Michigan Board consent order and stipulation. I won't repeat everything that I stated in that written response, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of important points. First, just to again point out that this is a board matter from Michigan. This is for conduct that occurred in Michigan, although Dr. Coleman does have an Arizona license to practice osteopathy. He has never had a practice here in Arizona. He obtained his license merely because his parents lived here long ago and they have since deceased. So because Arizona has no connection to this case, and because the Michigan Board has already reviewed the case, imposed CME and a small fine, we respectfully request that the board consider the Michigan Board's action to be sufficient and to dismiss this matter. I do want to point out that Dr. Coleman acquiesced to a request by the director of nursing at this nursing home to sign the forms that would expedite patient discharge. From the very beginning of the Michigan case, he acknowledged that that was wrong. It was a mistake. He was cooperative from the outset of that investigation. He received no financial benefit from this whatsoever, and in fact, it was to his financial detriment, because if he had gone to the nursing home to treat those patients and discharge them himself, he could have billed a discharge code. So there was no financial incentive for him to do this. He simply acquiesced to the director of nursing's request. Also want to point out that there was no patient harm. Every time a social worker would discharge one of Dr. Coleman's patients, they would call him and ask what physical therapy or other ongoing needs, and would fill in those forms that he had pre-signed. Also want to point out that Dr. Coleman has never had any other disciplinary conduct or investigations by either this board or the Michigan Board. And lastly, I just want to point out that of the two reviewers that the Arizona Board engaged on this matter, one of them recommended dismissal. The second did recommend an investigative hearing, but he said, and I quote, that his staff placed him in a pickle. And so with that, Dr. Coleman's here and happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Dr. Coleman, do you have anything that you'd like to say?
Dr. Cunningham, could you have him sworn in, please?
I did have him.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Oh, sorry. We missed it.
Yes, I did.
Dr. Prawn,
You
I
did
was
swear him in,
sleepy.
didn't you?
Apologize.
Both of you need cups of coffee.
Apparently.
All right. Here, I thought I was sleepy this morning. Anyway, but yeah, any statement you would like to make, Doctor?
I think she pretty much covered everything.
Any questions from board members?
Well, I think one of the issues is just the fact of not reporting.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's why you're here. And
I had no idea it needed to be reported, I'll be honest with you.
right, so a good lesson for our medical students, that regardless of what state you practice in, if you have an issue with the board and there was a ruling or a fine, you have to state that on every application.
And they have to notify the board in a timely manner.
Yeah, I never knew that, honestly.
Yeah.
Second, you were an attending at that time, where you were? Okay. So another lesson for the medical students, when you're in charge, you're in charge. Okay? Nurses can't tell you what to do. They may give you a suggestion. And I understand why this was done, just to delay and get the patients rolling, but it's not something that you should be doing. So, but he's already paid. He was in Michigan when this occurred. I personally think I would move for dismissal.
Any other questions from other board members you have?
I still think it's a concern, although the doctor was certainly pressured by the nurses. The action was his, and I think at minimum a letter of concern, non-disciplinary.
I'm going to agree with a letter of concern, which is non-disciplinary, by the way, is that, again, failure to report, which I think you've learned a lesson with that, but clearly this was something that was not that we do, and I certainly don't think you're doing that any further now. Correct. But I think that that does need to have something that is on the record, even though it is non-disciplinary, that if you decide to come and work in this state, which you could at any time, that we have something that's here on the record, because clearly I fell below the standard of care, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think another thing to note for everyone here is, and I understand, Doctor, you're not practicing here and understand the reasons for obtaining the license, but by obtaining the license, of course, and this is for everyone, you do fall under the statutes, rules, jurisdiction of the state, and you have a responsibility to those, and we now have a responsibility to uphold those statutes and rules, even if you're not practicing here. So that's good. That's good. Okay. Good to know. So that's one of the, I guess, if the benefits and detriments, whatever you want to call it, of having a license in multiple states, that you're beholden, so to speak, to a number of different states, and that's obviously for the protection of the public.
Right.
So.
Counsel, do you want to make any other statements before we make a decision here?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. No, I'm not.
I'm so sorry.
He's Your Honor. He's the true judge. Okay. All right.
He is honorable, though. I'll buy off on that.
Can I have a motion?
I make a motion.
You have a motion. You want to?
Oh, did you make a motion
You made
already?
a motion.
Right, but you got to add.
Do you want to withdraw your motion then?
Yeah, you need to.
Oh, well, you made a motion for dismissal.
Right.
Okay.
So
But
do you
can
have
I
a
add
second?
a letter of concern?
Well, it can't. It's got to be one or the
One or
other.
the other.
One or the
It's
other.
one or the other.
So I remove my dismissal.
Okay. You
Can
made
I
a
make
motion.
second one?
You make a second motion. Yes.
Okay. Can I make a motion for dismissal with a letter of
No,
concern?
not dismissal. It's
Just letter of concern.
letter of concern.
Oh, for a
You don't
letter
need
of
the
concern.
dismissal.
And the reason for the letter of concern is failure to report. And secondly, for having pre-signed forms.
Pre-signed forms.
Pre-signed
correct.
forms. All right. Does that sound reasonable to everyone? Or how did you want to say it?
Well, I'm going to.
How do you want to say it?
Yeah. Okay. My thought is if I'm reading the paperwork right, or I'm reading the notice right, the failure to report is not listed as one of
Right.
the
Well,
allegations.
and that was my question. If it wasn't reported on a renewal application,
Yeah.
that's one thing. There's no requirement
Yeah.
to report
withdraw
in
then
10
the failure to
days.
report.
Yeah, it's
Fraud,
the
failure to report.
Yeah, it's the signing of the discharge papers. I think that's the concern.
So you want to make that amendment then?
I've screwed it up
Okay.
enough.
So anyway, yeah.
Can I just say one thing
Yeah.
before
Sure.
you finish?
Yeah.
I think it needs to be emphasized that at the time, I traveled throughout the state of Michigan, and there was frequent days that I was on the west side of the state for 3 or 4 days. And I think this is why it was initiated originally, because the patients were being discharged, and then I couldn't sign the form. And at that time, they wanted a wet signature, and a fax form was unable to be used. Obviously, I've been doing this for, I think, 35 years in nursing homes. There are tons of forms that you sign. There are tons of orders that you sign in nursing homes. I've never had this happen to me before. I was not the one who instigated this. I never would have instigated it. As my attorney said, I did not benefit from this at all. In fact, I was hindered by it financially. I feel absolutely terrible that I had to come out here. I feel absolutely terrible that I had to do this in Michigan for something that it was a stupid thing for me to do. I'll say it just like that. I want to apologize to you for not notifying you. I didn't know that was necessary, and obviously this will never happen again. And again, this was done totally by the director of nurses, and as you said, doctors are doctors, nurses are nurses. But every time a patient was discharged, a social worker would always call me on the phone and say, what do you want this patient to have? Physical therapy, speech therapy, occupational therapy, and she would write that on that form.
Okay. Yeah, that's I understand all that, and this was a while ago, and if this was recent,
totally.
Yeah, I would look to report the facility to the appropriate authorities, and if the facility is going to engage a physician who is traveling throughout the state and has practice in different areas, the facility is going to have to make accommodations for that. And if you're going to work for a facility or work with a facility that does that, then you're going to have to make the accommodations to follow the law. So
now
it's
it's so much easier with EMR.
Yeah, there's a dual responsibility. So, and we're not looking to do what Michigan did, which was a fine, and which would be some sort of disciplinary action under our laws here, but we're not looking to do that, but we have to acknowledge the conduct vis-a-vis our statutes. So
Dr. Erbstrasser, do you want to make your motion one more time for me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, a letter of concern for pre-signing
letter of concern
discharge
for
forms.
pre-signing discharge forms.
Perfect. Can I have a second?
Second.
All right. So I have a motion from Dr. Erbstrasser, a second from Dr. Madem. Any discussion before we vote? All signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. And doctor, this is just a letter of concern. It's non-disciplinary, okay? It's not posted. But anyway, we have to, like you said, acknowledge the conduct. And I appreciate you coming all the way from
Stay in your
Michigan.
file, or how does that work?
I'm sorry, what?
What is that letter? I'm not sure what that means. Then.
Well, you know what? You can contact the executive director, and she'll be happy to go through that
Thank
with
you.
you. Where in Michigan are you at?
Bloomfield Hills.
Okay. Well, I hope it's warmer when you get back there, okay?
Right.
Maybe you can enjoy the weekend, doctor.
Thank you.
Oh, you're flying back.
I'm flying
That's
right
right. All right. Thank you for coming, doctor.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So we're ready to go to B?
Yes.
Okay, so B is DO-18-0013A, Robert D. Lundell, DO license number 005135. Dr. Lundell, can you come forward? Welcome. Please have a seat there. And Mr. Myers, I see that you're here as well. Can you swear in Dr. Lundell for us, please?
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Mr. President, if I may, the doctor, after presentation by staff, does have a presentation, and I have about a 20 or 30-second presentation.
All right. Do you want to go ahead and review this case, Dr. Praw?
Sure. The complainant stated that he recently obtained a copy of his medical records and noticed multiple inconsistencies and inaccuracies in the documentation. He states he contacted the office to have Dr. Lundell correct the record, but was told Dr. Lundell would not be willing to do so. He states he also asked if he could add a patient amendment form or statement to the medical record and was told this could not be done. He stated the inaccuracies included his subjective complaints, his review of systems, his sleep disturbances, his physical exam, and on another occasion, he saw him for chest pain, yet no chest pain was documented. Dr. Lundell, in his board response, stated that he believes the patient's complaint regarding the accuracy of the medical records is very likely correct. I will let him speak to that, but he talked about being one of the few providers in an underserved area. Dr. Lundell also noted that he would be attending PACE medical record keeping course in April of 2018, which I'm sure you've done by now.
Yes, ma'am. You have the certificate for that? Did you bring that?
We turned that in.
Did you turn it off? Did you give it to the board? I don't know. I didn't see it.
I can't remember.
Okay. All right. But I'll take Mr. Myers' word for sure. Okay. All right. Would you like to go ahead and speak?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Just talk directly in the microphone because they're recording this, and some of us are harder of hearing. You're doing great. I can tell you. You can take a drink of water if you need one, okay? Yeah, take a deep breath. You'll be fine.
Members of the board, since 2010, when I finished residency, I chose to work at Sun Life Community Health Center, providing health care to the underserved. As a community health center in a rural area, we face significant challenges, with one of the largest being retaining staff, both medical assistants as well as providers. Each time a provider leaves, the care of his or her patient is interrupted, and they must be moved to another provider. As one of the very few providers who has chosen to stay at Sun Life, each time a provider left, I was given a significant influx of new patients that were needing to be seen to continue their care, in addition to the patients that I was already caring for. In fact, since 2015, we've had 20 providers leave our main clinic in Casa Grande alone. Fully staffed, we have 13 providers. That means 20 times in the last 4 years, a new influx of patients with ailments, concerns, ongoing workups are moved to myself and 1 or 2 other providers that have remained, in addition to the many patients that we are already trying to care for. Patients already at times have a 2 to 3 week wait for scheduled appointments with myself or one of the other well-established providers. As such, I took on a larger patient load each day, seeing 30 to 32 patients per day, thinking I was helping them by getting them in sooner to be seen. All the while, still trying to help the new hires become oriented and answer their questions, as usually they were new graduate nurse practitioners or physician assistants. With the increased workload, I was using templates to complete my notes and trying to adjust the note for the specific concern that the patient came in for that day. In late 2017, I was advised by our medical director of Mr. C's desire for me to amend the chart due to inaccuracies. I didn't feel I would be able to accurately remember the details of each visit and the review of systems and physical exam well enough to make an accurate amendment, and suggested a patient amendment. The next communication I received about this issue was a letter from the board about his complaint. This, as it should, caused me to take pause and to reevaluate my record keeping. And as I reviewed my notes, seeing them in printed form in front of me, I was embarrassed, disappointed, and ashamed that these were my notes. Reading Mr. C's complaint compared to my notes, he was correct that there were inconsistencies. For example, his previous back surgery that he had stated was on his intake form was not in the past surgical history. The pain scale and the vital signs entered by medical assistants was not re-verified by myself to ensure it was correct. In one of his visits, being that I was addressing diabetes and fatigue, I am sure he is correct that I likely did not perform a complete review of systems or physical exam with regards to areas that were not pertinent to his visit, such as his back, abdomen, or a complete neuro exam as the template states. Another example, we're discussing abdominal bloating, the review of systems. I failed to accurately reflect that. This is repeated at each of his visits as I attempted to address the main complaint, but failed to use the template correctly. And did not remove the portions of the review systems or physical exam that were not completed. Embarrassed and disappointed with my notes, I resolved to take action. I did read as part of Mr. C's complaint that he was led to understand that he was not able to make a patient amendment. My first step was that of my own accord. I wrote a letter to the patient apologizing for my errors and explaining that he could make a patient amendment. I asked Sun Life to create a standard process for patients to be able to make a patient amendment so that any future patient would not be led to believe that it was not an option for them. Also, in reviewing my charts, I came across notes from other providers, both inside and outside of our organization, that appeared to be using templates and not removing the issues that were not pertinent to the current complaint. As the chair of the family medicine department at Sun Life, I began discussing this with other providers at our meetings and helped to create a policy requiring each provider to attend a medical record keeping and coding course every 2 years to improve our ability for a subsequent provider to assume care for our patients. Then, to improve my own skills, I attended the PACE medical record keeping course at UCSD, which covered many topics related to medical record keeping. The use of templates and failed to use them correctly, which they termed note bloat, is the largest area where I found myself needing to improve. Upon returning, I've taken steps to improve my notes to avoid note bloat. I realize that I am not helping patients by seeing 32 patients per day if the notes I create do not allow the next provider to easily and accurately assume care. Thus, I reduced my patient load to 24 to 26 patients per day to feel less rushed. As we switched electronic health records in mid-2017, I've tried to become more familiar with that system to more efficiently and correctly use notes and templates to be accurate in removing things or not adding things that have been not asked or examined. In conclusion, I continue to strive to improve in all aspects of care for my patients and will continue to improve myself by attending future medical record keeping courses, trying to find other ideas and other methods that others are using that are successful, and will share those methods with my colleagues as I have done with the things that I have already learned thus far. My goal is to be 100% accurate with my notes, and while I'm sure that I still fall short on occasion, my efforts and results have greatly improved, and I'm trying to help other providers to avoid my mistakes as well. Thank you.
I will be brief. While Dr. Lundell did err in his medical record keeping, I believe that Dr. Lundell has responded to the board's investigation in the most responsible manner that I could imagine. Well after he first contacted me, and well into this case, he told me that he was going to call the patient to alert the patient that the patient could amend the medical records. And I want to note that that was entirely his idea. I should have thought of his doing so, and I should have recommended that he do so, but I did not think of it. I respectfully request that in light of the actions that he's taken in response to both the patient's complaint and the board's investigation, that he not be disciplined. Thank you.
Any questions from board members?
Yeah, I have one or two.
Yes, sir.
I don't disagree.
You need a drink of water. Get yourself a drink of water. You're doing fine.
Yeah.
Take a deep breath. Really, you're doing fine, okay?
Nope.
I can see your distress, so just take a deep breath. Well, now that Mr. Myers put water on you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Maybe I need more help.
Yeah, I don't disagree with most of Mr. Myers said, and I did find the PACE certificate and the 17 hours of credit. I clearly appreciate the fact that you went back and compared what Mr. C had indicated with the medical records. Couldn't you, though, have done that when he first approached you about changing the records and, when, at least in his mind, fixing them?
After this experience and the many nights of lost sleep, I promise you that with any further patient that comes to me and wishes to discuss their medical records, that I will personally sit down with them. I was alerted by the medical director. I wasn't a part of the conversations with Mr. C. The comment to me was, hey, Dr. Lundell, this gentleman has a concern with regards to the accuracies of your notes from a couple years ago or over a year ago. And I said, he wants you to change a bunch of things in the review systems and physical exam. And I said, I don't know that I can accurately do that. However, you're correct. I should have done a more thorough examination at that time as opposed to waiting until I got a letter from the board. I did not hear further communication after my suggestion of, well, let's have the patient do a patient amendment. I was not a part of those conversations. That was handled by the medical director, sir.
And the second question is, and I think recently I had a conversation with, and I forget who it was, but conversation with someone regarding the cases we see due to electronic medical records and the fact they're all based on templates, and there's a responsibility of the doctor to really have to check that and check it carefully because of these templates, which are can very well lead to inaccuracies. But maybe you can real briefly explain to me how the template that you use results in, without further review by yourself, results in medical records that are so off.
In this case, this was my fault. With the increased workload, so the way that a template works, in the first electronic health system that Sun Life had, we did not have the ability to create templates. That was something that unfortunately IT decided to take into their own hands. And so we were handed a template and then had to go through and remove each item, which is sometimes cumbersome, and in haste and in error, once all these things are placed into the record as you're trying to address oftentimes multiple complaints, then I failed to unclick each of those items. With the new electronic health record that Sun Life has obtained, we now have the ability to create templates that are more complaint specific. For example, if somebody comes in for an ear infection, I don't have to load in a template that I've examined the entire body and then removing each thing piece by piece. I don't know if that accurately answers your question.
In other words, the template does not come in preloaded. You have to go in and select a particular template and load it in.
So now with the current one, you have the ability to go in and create a template that will preload whatever you have decided. For example, if I want an abdominal pain template, I can create that. Or you could still have one that loads everything in, but you have to make sure that you take the time to go ahead and unclick each of these things.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
What EMR are you using now? I'm curious.
So the first one was Integrate, and the next one is ECW.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that one. No. We're on eClinical, so I'm not familiar with that. How about you guys? Any more questions?
Yeah, I got a couple questions.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Why do you guys have such a high turnover rate?
Better pay elsewhere. It's Casa Grande, so it's not in the most desirable location. Understaffed chronically, so not enough medical assistants to be able to help with rooming patients, helping with refill requests, helping to carry things out. And so I think there's great frustration. Also, being a community health center that tries to qualify for JCO, and we have been able to, there's extra hoops that we're required to jump through. And unfortunately, I feel like many times with regards to the health record, the way that things were set up, it was set up for the tail to wag the dog, meaning that it was more important for them to be able to run reports because the community health center gets its funding from grants as opposed to provider convenience and ease.
Okay. So my other question is, do you really think this is a safe environment for a physician to practice in?
I think that it's a very challenging environment.
I think it's incredibly challenging. It just lends itself to abuse, poor documentation, too many patients, and most important, when you're seeing that many patients, I'm going to tell you, you're going to miss something.
Yes, sir.
And you got to be so diligent about that. And a template is an aid. It's not really the note.
Yes, sir.
Okay? I mean, do you have the ability to type in pertinent negatives and pertinent positives?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I think when you start seeing that in a medical record, that means that you actually took time and you put that in your medical record and you didn't just use a template, okay? Because that means that you're reading it and you're making a history and you're actually making an exam that fits to your diagnosis. You know, half this time you see all these templates. I mean, I can't believe that an orthopedic surgeon did a heart exam. I mean, you know, I'm just telling you, it lends itself to a lot of, it's not fraud, it's just the way the system is.
Yes, sir.
I also commend you on what you did, calling the patient. To me, that says a lot about your character.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to say a lot about his character for just working there. Please don't scare him away from there. Thank you for being there.
Thank you, sir.
So, you know, I'm very familiar with Casa Grande. I've been down there many times. And so Casa Grande, I'm going to just, for the board members to know, has been for years underserved. I remember when, I asked Dr. Pradas, when I was a resident, moonlighted down there in the ER, and it was a very difficult situation, and I can see it's gotten only worse. I'm very familiar with providers that only stay for about 6 months, and now I understand that even for nurse practitioners, if they hire them, they have to sign a year contract before they will leave. And so I think the doctor has to be commended for having the passion. Number one, I can see this is clearly upsetting to him to have this happen to him. I think he's a good doctor. I really, really do. And I think he has made the appropriate steps to correct the issues that are there. Again, I'm glad that you're working there, but I hope that you have the ability to set your boundaries, okay, doctor, because it's going to get you in trouble. You are a kind person. I can see that, okay? But in the interim, though, the thing is that patients, they do need to be cared for, but if you're going to compromise the care of other patients, then it's not worth it then.
Sure.
And so I understand Phoenix is a few hours, about an hour away, 45 minutes, an hour away, but maybe they're going to have to make the trip. I know that some people don't have that ability, but you're going to have to say, no, I'm not going to do it. And if they say, well, I'm going to let you go, that's okay too. All right, you have to do what's best for you. You're a guy that looks like you've got a lot more years to practice, and I'd hate to see you before this board with a malpractice case, okay?
Yes, sir.
Or some other incident. So I'm happy with what he's done and all those things, and whatever board members want to decide, I think he's done all the right things. I think that clearly there was documentation issues, but clearly he's made the effort and tried to move forward. I don't know how board members feel, which way they want to go with either a letter of concern or
In light of actions
dismissal.
already taken by Dr. Lundell, I'd like to make a motion for a non-disciplinary letter of concern for inaccurate medical records.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion by Dr. Madem and a second by Mr. Landau. Any discussion before we vote? Is there anything you would like to say, though, Mr. Myers, before we vote or anything like that?
No, you know how much I like practicing before
Sure.
this board. And I appreciate the comments
Yeah.
of the board members.
Yeah, you know, this is not the first, quote, Casa Grande
Yeah.
case
That's the
we've
problem.
had, which,
Yeah.
and of course, just not talking about this case, but generally could be physician-based, but it also leads you to the thought that it's systems-based and not necessarily physician-based.
Well said, Jim.
That's why I want to support Dr. Lundell so he stays there.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I was even leaning toward a dismissal, but clearly there were some issues that were here, so I don't think we can do that. I just want to assure you, anyway, if we do vote for this letter of concern, it's non-disciplinary, and Mr. Myers can explain that to you, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I think that you've done all the right things moving forward, okay? Any discussion before we vote? All signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries for a non-disciplinary letter of concern. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you,
And thank you
gentlemen.
for coming.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Lundell.
All right. Next case is...
Yeah, maybe
Yes.
take a very short break.
Sure. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be right back.
Okay. Is another case if he's not here?
Sure.
When he does arrive?
I think he's here.
You think he's here?
I got a notice that he was. So I don't know what he looks like though, so I'm not sure.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. We're back in session. Before we go back to our regular investigative hearings, I understand that the complainant for, let me look here. Go back.
5E.
5E, DO-18-002A has come forward, and this was under case review. This is not an investigative hearing, but I certainly want to give we've already adjudicated this case. I want to remember board members for dismissal, but I'm going to also give the complainant a chance to also come forward and speak for 3 minutes to tell the board what he would like to discuss. And who's the complainant?
Mr. Bashidi?
Oh, you got to use initials.
Mr. B?
Mr. B, is Mr. B here? Please come forward and have a seat right there. Let me explain to you what's already occurred. You can have a seat right there, sir.
Certainly.
So we've already adjudicated this case. We've dismissed it. But we also want to hear your side to see if there's enough information we'd like to recall the case or keep the dismissal the way it is. You're going to be given 3 minutes to discuss what you want to bring forward to us, and you're more than welcome to start.
Okay, Dr. Cunningham, why was the case adjudicated, out of curiosity?
We felt that there was no evidence to move forward, and that we heard all the information that was there, and all board members felt that it was to be dismissed.
But that's a question. You're given 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah.
Would you like to say?
So if you'd like to talk to us, your 3 minutes are starting now, sir.
You're aware that all of my protected health information was disclosed to the Board of Pharmacy, including the public, and it was provided on the internet and proliferated via YouTube. This disclosure was not even disclosed to me. I wasn't aware this disclosure happened until 2 to 3 months later. Physician refused to contact me, refused to inform me. I spoke with him a month later. He told me what he was doing was completely illegal and not to worry about it. And he did it anyway. The problem is this case has proliferated into far, far more serious allegations. I've been accused of theft, professional incompetence, every foul, every slanderous term you can possibly think of by the state with absolutely no cause. And this was all started because this complaint was falsified. And when I say falsified, you can take a blood pressure. There were no disruptions. This was done completely because the man was threatened by and coerced by local pharmacists. It had nothing to do. The only grounds for releasing protected health information is if you think that this person's a danger. This individual knew that I was a consultant and I do financial consulting. I haven't used my license in about 2.5 years since I moved here. So he was well aware. And he knew I was an individual of exemplary performance. And I don't think that you had all the information. There's about 1,000 pages of my chart that I don't think was included that you could have read.
Any questions from board members?
Nothing from me.
Any questions? Dr. Erbstrasser?
No.
Okay. Anything that you would like to move forward to recall this case, or do board members feel that we're going to continue with the dismissals that we have?
Nothing. I've read through everything. I was one of the reviewers. I read through everything and listened to the complaint, and I see nothing to change my mind.
Any other board members? Okay. The dismissal is upheld, sir. Thank you for coming in and giving us your information. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
May
We're going to move on to the next case. The case is finished, sir. Thank you. All right. Next case is...
Sorry, you're going to need to
step
move away. We have other people who are going to be sitting there.
All right, so next case is, we're back into investigative hearings at C, DO-17-0106A, Jameson Mark Foster, DO, license number 006198. Welcome, Dr. Foster. Could you swear in Dr. Foster for us, please?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Myers is here again as well. And this case, this is John's. All right, John, would you mind reviewing this case for us?
And Mr. Chairman,
go ahead.
After staff presentation, he has a presentation, and
Okay.
there's some legal issues that I'm going to need to address.
Okay. All right, sounds good. All right, go ahead, John.
On May 5th of 2017, former Executive Director Jenna Jones received an email message from Dr. Jameson Foster's attorney, Stephen Myers, advising that Dr. Foster was charged on May 4th of 2017 with 2 counts of forging prescriptions. Dr. Jameson Foster at first did not respond. He had been criminally charged, and at the instructions of his criminal defense attorney, Barry Mitchell, he elected to assert his rights under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution. Dr. Foster will also be, he later responded describing emotional trauma suffered as a child. He related he suffered additional emotional trauma upon experiencing many horrific incidents in the emergency room while in his residency, and later as a transplant surgeon. He related the failure of a marriage and a late serious traffic accident where he suffered serious injuries. As a result of the accident, he was prescribed opiate medication and experienced addiction to oxycodone. He related that attempts at rehab failed, citing the death of his grandmother, a second motor vehicle accident, a malpractice suit contributed to his failures at rehab. As a desperation move, he wrote himself prescriptions using another doctor's name and was subsequently arrested. The charges were filed in the Maricopa County Superior Court, in the Superior Court, and Dr. Foster pled guilty to 3 of these. There were 2 counts of drug paraphernalia violation and 1 count of solicitation to commit taking the identity of another person. He was, on all accounts, he was sentenced to 3 years of probation to begin on February 26th of this year. And on the last count, he was ordered to serve 120 days in the county jail beginning on August 26th with credit for 0 days served. And that's it.
Okay. Mr. Myers, would you like, or Doctor, would you like to talk first?
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
Members of the board, I come before you humble and apologetic and hope to convey a little what has happened to me to lead me to this point in my life. I was raised in a good home with good parents, and as was stated, I suffered sexual abuse as a child at the ages of 7 and 8 years old from a babysitter that was allowed into our home. My parents never found out, and I never disclosed this until I had the chance to get help through my rehabilitation. Due to that, I always had anxiety and insomnia. I buried this abuse deep inside me and never let anybody know. However, I was able to excel in my school and home life because of that. I was accepted into medical school, my first choice of residency. I was able to get into a transplant fellowship at Ohio State University and become a very skilled surgeon. And due to my time away from my family as a transplant surgeon, my marriage began to fall apart. My ex-wife at the time decided to come back to Arizona. Instead of breaking up my family, I decided to leave transplant surgery and join a private practice group here in Arizona. Upon my return to Arizona, I was divorced. My kids moved with their mother, and I was able to see them 3 days a week. During one of my visits to my children, I was coming back to my home in Scottsdale when I was T-boned by another automobile traveling at about 55 miles an hour. I was taken to Scottsdale Osborne as a trauma, where I was worked up for neck and shoulder injuries. Subsequent workup found up 2 ruptured discs in my neck and cervical stenosis. At that time, I was working at a private practice group with Dr. Borgeson. I did inform her of the accident and the severity of my injuries, and was allowed 2 days off to recuperate and to come back to work due to the lack of call coverage. During those 2 days off, I was told to go see a pain management physician because I could not move my neck or do physical therapy. At the visit to the pain management physician, I informed him of my job as a surgeon. He then prescribed me Percocet, Ultram, Flexeril, and amitriptyline to help with my neck issues. Over the next year, I was able to undergo physical therapy, multiple steroid injections, 2 radiofrequency ablations on my neck. And during that time, I became addicted to opiates. After only 3 months on being on Percocet and the Ultram, I noticed my dependence. I did address this with the pain management physician at the time because I was very scared. And at that time, he increased my prescription of Percocet and gave me Clonidine just in case the withdrawal symptoms occurred again. I lived that way for about 1.5 years under his care, and then decided at that time that I just needed to stop. I went cold turkey over the holiday season, and with the help of the Clonidine, I was able to get clean for about 2 months. I then suffered a gout attack and went to urgent care, and was then given again more opiates, Vicodin, for my pain, and that restarted my addiction. And from that point, I knew I was in trouble. Not only did the pills help me with the pain, they returned a sense of calm to my body, helped me deal with the stress of being on call 25 out of 30 days out of the month. They helped me with my fears, and they made it so I was more calm. I had very little support from my surgical group, and did not want to go back to pain management, so I decided to write prescriptions in my own name. I would only write for a small amount of pills, thinking I would stop and get clean. However, the addiction had taken over my life. I was at that time I decided just to really change my life, I should leave the practice and try to better myself again in a different location. So I quit the practice, hoping to find a more less stressful work environment. So I left to go to Globe. And then, as was stated, I suffered the death of my parents in another automobile accident, which was not as severe, and went to write my own prescription again for opiates, and I was caught for the false prescriptions. Shortly after, I went to treatment at the Betty Ford Center in Oregon. That treatment ultimately changed my life and saved my life, because I was on the path to certain death. Since April 24th of 2017, I've been sober. I've been drug tested by the state, and as well as Dr. Sucher's office. Currently on disability for my neck and my opiate addiction, but I do not want to waste the years that I put into obtaining a medical license and becoming a doctor. I am very sorry, and I do take full responsibility for my actions. However, I do feel that it would be wonderful to return to serving as a physician in some capacity. Again, I am deeply sorry for what I've done, and I appreciate the time to be here in front of you. Thank you.
Mr. Myers.
I'm going to focus mostly on some legal issues. We do have somewhat unusual circumstances. I checked the board's website earlier this week and noticed that Dr. Foster's license had expired in May of 2018 due to non-renewal. Under ARS 32-3202, which applies to all licensing boards, his license does not terminate until resolution of this board's investigation. Dr. Foster had earlier self-reported his arrest in May of 2017, and on May 17 he signed a consent agreement prohibiting him from practicing medicine, and that's still in effect. He has not practiced medicine, and as he indicated, he was arrested based upon falsified prescriptions for opioids. Surprisingly, the board's consent agreement did not require an evaluation or monitoring. He has, however, undergone monitoring with Dr. Sucher up to the present. Continuing through the present, I misspoke to Ms. Williams on Wednesday, thinking that he had not been monitored since November of 2017, and in fact, he simply was not able to afford the continuing $800 a month payments. However, he has continued to be monitored by Dr. Sucher. He has recently pled guilty to and has been convicted of 3 felonies, all of which are Class 6, which is the lowest level of felony, and all felonies arose out of the same pattern of conduct. Based upon the circumstances of what led up to his dependence on opioids, And based upon his outstanding performance as a medical student and surgery resident, I would respectfully ask the board to resolve the investigation by imposition of a decree of censure and also enter an order continuing the restriction preventing him from practicing medicine. I'm asking that his license not be referred for revocation because that would mean that he could not reapply for another earlier than 5 years from now. I had actually alerted the interim executive director earlier this week, I think on Tuesday, that Dr. Foster's license had expired during the course of the investigation. I then received a telephone call from two of the board's attorney, which included Ms. Galvin and Ms. Williams. I understood them at the time to indicate that Dr. Foster's license would have to be revoked. I disagreed. In my opinion, the statute in question does not even begin to suggest such. The statute states that in such circumstances, the license, quote, does not expire or terminate until the investigation is resolved. Lesser discipline, for example, a decree of censure, is such a resolution. However, in the same conversation, I understood from both counsel for the board, and if I'm not accurate, please correct me. I understood from both counsel for the board to indicate if Dr. Foster did reapply before today, they would not advise the board members that revocation is required. I was asked by Ms. Galvin that should Dr. Foster choose to reapply, to so inform her. I promptly spoke with Dr. Foster, and then I was pleased to learn late Thursday by email that he was reapplying, and I've confirmed to him that he did reapply yesterday. Early Friday morning, I telephoned Ms. Galvin to inform her of this. I understood her to indicate her appreciation for my call. I would respectfully request that his application be processed by the board staff at an appropriate time, be placed on the board members' agenda. At that point, the board members could deny the application or grant the application with restrictions or an order of probation or both. If the board members choose to adjudicate this, and I'm concluding, if the board members choose to adjudicate this pending investigation today, I would humbly and respectfully request that the board issue no more than a decree of censure and a continuing restriction on his practicing medicine. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session for legal advice.
Can I ask a question
Sure,
first?
before we do that, go ahead, Mr. Landa.
You know, when I first read this, first thing that struck me is that the case was in Maricopa County Superior Court and not Gila County. Then I went through the complaint and looked at the reference to police reports, and it seems this indictment, comes out of more than just the Globe incident. And then there were incidents in Phoenix or Maricopa County, as well as in Gila County, and this continued over a 9-month period, at least from the indictments. Mr. Martin, is there anything inaccurate about what I said?
Yeah, other partners in my firm, Mr. Barry Mitchell, right, and Andrew Brevington, and what I recall is that prescriptions were filled in both counties.
Right.
And I recall very vaguely that it may have originated in Gila, and for reasons I can't recall, the matter was transferred to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office or the AG's office. I can't remember which.
Yeah, it looks like it was the Attorney General's office, and I agree, it looks like it started in Gila County. However, the jurisdiction just for the Gila County and the Cobra Valley Hospital incident would be in Gila County, but then there seems, as reading between the lines, there were alleged illegal actions taken in Maricopa County, and I think, if I remember correctly, the Phoenix Police Department started investigating as well, and there were 3 police reports, if I remember: Globe PD, Phoenix PD, and the Attorney General's office, all investigated. And I think I may have made a note. And yeah, Phoenix PD and the Attorney General as well as Globe. So I just want to make sure I'm not saying anything inaccurately, that from reading between the lines, there were a series of events in 2 counties over a 9-month period that ultimately led to the indictment and the plea. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay.
Can I ask one other question? Weren't you also writing prescriptions for your girlfriend at the same time as well?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'd like to add something before we go into
Dr.
executive
Prof.
session. And that, as of right now, we checked on Friday afternoon, and we did not have a renewal application from you at this point.
I dropped it off personally at about noon at the front desk there.
Who did you give it to?
The lady at the window. I don't know her name.
Oh.
Okay. Well.
I told them it was urgent to get it up, and she said that she would bring it up to you guys.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I made a motion to go into executive session for legal advice. Can I have a second? Second with Mr. Lando. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. So all of you just sit there and relax for a minute. We're going to go in for a legal advice. We'll be right back. We're back. Oh, okay. Hang on one second. Okay, we're going to ask questions. Then we'll make a decision. Yeah, we haven't done all that. Very good. All right. We're back out of executive session for legal advice. Is there any questions that board members want to ask the doctor here about his case, how he's doing, those types of things?
Well, how are you doing now?
Yeah, much better. Like I said, I've been the monitoring program. I attend meetings. I do monthly or weekly group physicians meeting every Friday morning. I'm seeing a psychiatrist on a monthly basis, an addiction counselor on a monthly basis. So I'm doing much better.
And family stability?
It's great. I have a newborn son. He's 13 months, and
congratulations.
It really has been life-changing, just being able to learn how to cope with stress better and just get my life back to where it was before everything happened.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members? How long have you been now in this suspended status from practicing? Has it been 2 years now?
Yeah, approaching 2 years, yeah.
When will it be 2 years?
May 17.
May 17, so just short of 2 years, okay. And, all right. I was going to ask him another question. I can't think of what it was. Jerry, did you have a question to ask him?
No.
Okay. What is, if you do go back into practice, are you thinking you're going to go back into surgery again, or what is the thinking that you're thinking you're going to do?
Well, that's a very good question. My fiance and I have been looking into other options outside of surgery just because of the severity of my neck issues. I do have another MRI scheduled this upcoming month. But I would, like to get into, some form of medicine, either maybe attempt at another, like a fellowship, or just get back into, practicing in some form. I do have a friend of mine who has his own private surgery practice. He does plastics and reconstructive, in which he has offered me a job to help with his office there. And so I do have options.
Are you board certified in plastic surgery?
No, I would just be helping with like follow-up care and cosmetic procedures. Like
one other question I had was, your license expired in last May. Why did you wait till just yesterday at noon to put in the application?
I went to my criminal lawyers and asked advice there, and I was given advice to just...
Well, we don't want, hold on, we don't want to divulge anything.
You don't have to
unless your attorney is fine with it. We don't want to get into conversation.
Yeah, it was just
I was asleep.
I got advice just to wait until everything had kind of settled out to do anything with my license.
Okay.
Honestly, is what happened. So.
Well, I think that we're all looking at a lot of options. I know that Mr. Myers, said that we're trying to stay away from revocation. Clearly that this was clearly egregious behavior and the worst I've seen in a long time in a physician. I'm glad that you're making steps for trying to get back on track. I'm happy for your family life, but clearly there's violations that have occurred. And so I think that we have either we could send it for revocation, which clearly we have the ability to do that, and I think there's enough evidence to do that. Or we could do some sort of suspension then, so at a formal hearing as well. So I think that's what we're looking at. That's what we're at. So, Mr. Lando, I think you had some questions and information that you wanted to share with as well.
Well, the case is the posted case for revocation. 30 felony counts in an indictment, conviction of, and we all know what a plea bargain is, and your attorneys did very, very well for you. Because I'm a criminal attorney by trade, and I sit on the criminal bench, and your attorneys negotiated an excellent plea for you. But the facts, the underlying facts, are what count. I can't agree with Mr. Myers' proposition of a censure because it really doesn't fit in this case. But I also consider that based upon the comments of our state leaders and bills that are going through the legislature, there is a look to give a second chance in this state, and I consider that, and also consider our responsibility to serve the public interest. But I just can't move on in this case without I'll call severe affirmative action, and my thought is to request formal hearing for a 3-year suspension, and then if you're able to demonstrate your ability to practice medicine again from a competency and from a personal standpoint, then the board can consider it at that time. The fact that we do look to get people back into the community is really the only thing that stops me from recommending a revocation in this case, and the ability to maybe let you, as you said, use your education and training. You're young enough somewhere down the line, because if we move for revocation, then you have to wait 5 years before trying to get your license back, and realize you're coming up on 2 years now, but that takes 2 years off the clock, so to speak. That's my own personal thought. Others might have a different thought.
No, and I agree. I think that I was moving towards revocation, but I think that with the suspension, you've already been out almost 2 years. The 3 years would be appropriate then, and then it's not a full 5 years then. Okay, so I think we're trying to be very cognizant of that, not be punitive, but we'll also try and see if we can get you back to where you were before. Okay. Any other statements from other board members?
Yeah, I'm just going to tell you that, what I saw on all the things and the felonies, I mean, your license is at jeopardy. But having said that, you thought you work hard in residency and transplant, you're going to work real hard to get your license back if that so can happen, okay? And you're going to have to stay the course. And you have to be prepared for that.
I guarantee you it will. Dr. Baden, do you have any comments?
Nothing further.
Doctor, would you like to make any statements, or would you, Mr. Myers?
I have the allopathic board statute memorized. I don't, and there are differences. As I recall, the board in a investigative hearing has the right to suspend the license for up to 364 days.
Right. I think 364 or 365, right?
At today's proceeding.
Yeah.
At today's proceeding?
Yeah.
Yes. If otherwise, it has to go to a formal hearing.
Or consent agreement.
Or it goes to formal hearing if the suspension is more than a year.
That's what so it goes to a formal hearing. We have a choice, either revocation or for suspension at formal hearing for 3 years.
Or over a year, by legally.
Over a year.
So are we talking about the fact that his license has been restricted for almost 2 years?
2 years, correct.
And so are we adding on 1 more year to speak?
3 more years.
3 more years?
Yeah. 3 more years, for a total of 5.
Which would mean that that's the same as the revocation.
Well, or we could do a revocation now and add another 5.
Revocations.
See what I'm trying to say?
I see what you're saying.
We're trying to be cognitive.
Yeah.
I see what you're trying to say.
I see what you're saying, but if we go to formal hearing and the administrative law judge recommends revocation, and we affirm that recommendation, that revocation is 5 years from the date of the formal, from the order?
From the date of the final order, yes.
From the date of the final order. So that's the big difference. That's where I was trying to go, because I've been on the sport for 8 years, and this is close to, if not the worst, I've seen.
So would it make sense to offer the doctor a consent agreement for the suspension?
For
the 3 years?
In lieu of going to a hearing?
Yes.
I think that'd be. I think we would consider that.
I mean, you could refer it with the understanding that the staff will be, in the meantime, tendering a consent agreement for 3 years from today, and if he doesn't sign it, then it goes forward to the. I think that best protects the public.
Yeah.
And it will get the.
Accomplish the same thing.
It'll accomplish the same faster as opposed to waiting 6
You know what?
to 9
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah,
I really do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I think the one difference is, and I don't know if you're thinking of this or I'm thinking of this, and maybe I'm wrong on the law on the suspension. With the consent agreement, you can always come in earlier than the 3 years and request the board modify the consent agreement, and which the board, obviously, the board at the time can do. So I think, and if it's a suspension for 3 years, that may be set in stone. So there is I think maybe a difference there. But I'm fine with the with looking towards a consent agreement and referring it, as Mr. Myers indicated, as you indicated.
Do we have to make a motion to that effect then?
Yes,
Mary?
and also, whoever's making the motion, because right now the allegations in the complaint do not include the commission of the felonies, which is 32-1854-2. That allegation should be added at this stage, and then also the way the statute numbering has changed. So right now we have 32-1854, 38 and 39 cited. It should be 39 and 40. Just want to put that on the record. There was a change in the numbering.
Yes.
So you would just need to add the allegation of 32-1854 to committing a felony.
Okay. Let me go through this. It's 38 and 30.
It's 39 and 40 now.
Yeah, 38 is 40.
He's already been noticed for those grounds. It's
Right.
just the numbers changed.
1854, that's 24, right?
32.
On the felony.
1854-2.
2. Okay.
Subsection 2.
Yeah. I have to. I have nothing else to add.
Go ahead and make a motion.
Okay, yeah, I'd move that we refer this case to formal hearing for consideration of a suspension of Dr. Foster's medical license for a period of 3 years. I base that upon violations of the following: Title 32, Section 1854, paragraphs 2, 6, 15, 20, 22, 35, 39, and 40. in that over a period of 9 months, Dr. Foster engaged in conduct that led to indictments for prescription drug fraud, obtaining drugs by fraud or deceit, forgery, and taking the identity of another. And further, that Dr. Foster was convicted of 3 Class 6 felonies involving drugs and taking identity of another. This occurred over a period of 9 months in 2 counties in this state, and during that time, Dr. Foster was practicing medicine and seeing patients, and was taking these drugs. Why he obtained them, why he forged prescriptions, and why he took the identity of another, and that compromised his ability to practice medicine, compromised public safety, and also caused concern and negative effects for other physicians. His actions also were in violation of federal law regarding drugs, state law regarding drugs, and rules of this board regarding drugs. Further, that upon the conclusion of the suspension, Dr. Foster, if he should seek to reobtain license to practice medicine or end the suspension, demonstrate the competency necessary to practice medicine and the control of his personal life regarding substance abuse and ability to function safely within the medical community before obtaining the license or the right to practice medicine. Further, during the pendency of the formal hearing, I move that the board entertain a consent agreement between the board and Dr. Foster, and if the board should agree to that consent agreement, there would be no need for a formal hearing and a formal finding. Does that cover everything?
Yeah.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion before we start? Anything that you guys would like to make a comment with?
One minor thing. I would ask that the executive director have approval to sign the consent agreement so that the clock is, we're not waiting for another board meeting for the board members to approve the consent agreement.
I think we're all going to want to see that formal agreement. How do other board members feel?
Yeah, we probably should do it. We can do a telephonic meeting.
If we
and
need
can
to,
do it.
Steve, we could do it telephonically.
Yeah, we can do it in between.
Yeah.
The next, I don't know how long it's going to take. The next meeting's next week.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. Maybe I'm talking out of turn here. We do have a meeting scheduled next week for other purposes, and if everything gets done, if the chairman's fine, we can put it on the agenda, or else we can do a telephonic meeting.
Yeah, it's up to you. All right. I have a motion for Mr. Landau, a second from Dr. Madem. I need a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Madem.
Aye.
Dr. Erbstrasser.
Aye.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes. Motion passes.
Motion passes.
Good luck to you. Hopefully we can come to an agreement then, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
Next meeting after that is what, April 13th? April 13th?
I think, yeah, April 13th.
I got out of the whole thing here.
All right. Next case is DO-18-0017A, Narinder Carr Breyer, DO license number 4368. Doctor, could you please come forward, please? I'm sorry, are you the doctor?
Yes.
Okay, welcome. Have a seat right there. All right. Could you swear in the doctor for us, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Great. And would you introduce your counsel, please?
Good morning. This is David Cohen, attorney, and this is Daniela Piquin. She's the billing administrator in our practice.
Great. Thank you for coming. All right, I think this case was, is this yours? Hang on one second. John, this is yours.
Yes, sir. The complainant, excuse me, the complainant is MR, who advised that his wife saw Dr. Narinder Brar for prenatal care. He agreed to pay cash until his insurance became effective. He was promised a refund of the cash payments when his insurance became effective, but instead he feels he was overcharged. Also, at the time his wife went into labor, they were abandoned in the labor unit and were not attended by anyone from Dr. Brauer's office. Dr. Brauer denied the allegations and said all payments were agreed upon prior to treatment until insurance was effective. She advised that he did not submit his insurance information until 2 days prior to delivery. $90 was refunded from insurance and forwarded to MR. They were not abandoned in the labor room, as one of their staff physicians checked on them in the labor unit both prior to delivery and postnatal. A cesarean section delivery was performed at the hospital by a hospital staff physician. An outside medical consultant was asked to review this case and render an opinion. He felt that the office staff created an apparent atmosphere of distrust with the patient's husband by possibly overcharging the couple and then failing to correct the matter in a timely fashion. Distrust was created against the doctor and most likely the medical community in general. The complainants expected their insurance company to cover the cost of the doctor and hospital. During the very long interim of approval, they made timely payments to the doctor's office as required by the doctor's front office. The total money paid by MR and access together far exceeded the allowable charge by a doctor if access is accepted. Dr. Brauer's office should have refunded the full amount of money paid to them by MR and done so without creating a setting of anger sufficient to call the police.
You heard that brief review. Do you have a statement also, sir, as well? Would you like to talk after the doctor talks or before? It doesn't matter.
I'll just be really quick, just so we can
do that. Could you address one point, and I want to make sure I understand. If I understood the report, it was hospital staff that delivered the baby. Is that correct?
Honorable Judge, that is not correct.
Okay, who delivered the baby?
So it was a physician from another practice that delivered the baby.
A physician from another practice?
Yes. We are in a call group, and that physician belongs to the call group.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got that. Yeah.
Thank you.
And my statement was my quick statement is hopefully to focus the issues on the medical consultant. The medical consultant's review determined that the care provided, I think, in the medical consultant's words, was exceptional. And the only issues so far are remaining at this point in time are with respect to billing, and that's why we have Ms. Pequeno here as well, in case Dr. Brar needs to defer to her.
Okay.
Understanding she might need to be sworn in as well.
Okay. Did you want to make a statement then, Doctor? I'm sorry. You know what I've forgotten to do? Could you just, before you get started, could you tell me, and I should have done this earlier with the other cases, I apologize. I just thought of it. I haven't had enough coffee this morning. Could you tell me about your training and the type of practice that you have now? I'm so sorry. I should have done that with the other doctors.
Absolutely. My name is Narinder Brar, and I went to medical school at New York College of Osteopathic Medicine. Then I moved on to Albany and completed my OBGYN residency at Albany Medical College. And then I moved here in Phoenix. I have been here since 2006. And I am with Arizona Maternity and Women's Clinic since 2009.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No problem. So, again, Honorable Judge and respected members of the physician team, thank you for the opportunity for us to be here. And as Mr. Cohen stated, I would very humbly like to state the same thing, that Arizona Maternity Clinic has never been accused of overcharging by any health insurance carrier or the board. And in this particular case, I would want to bring it to your attention that we actually did charge the patient less than the amount that was allowed. This patient was actually undercharged rather than overcharged. And also want to reemphasize the fact that we do provide exceptional care and treatment to our patients, and the board member's medical consultant also agrees with that. And I try my best to provide excellent care to my patients. Yes, at that particular time I was on call every single day, 5 days a week, 24 hours, but we do share calls with providers of the other practice so that we can have some weekends off. And then in this particular patient...
Deep breath. You're doing fine. You're doing fine. If you need a glass of water, take a glass of water.
Is Mr. Myers here to pour it?
I don't want you... He has a drinking problem. No, he spills all the water.
I've been out with him before.
While you're doing that, I'll ask you how was it living on Long Island?
I was in Glen Cove, and that is like around 10 minutes drive from the school. So it was just like the school and the apartment, and the school and the apartment. And
I grew up right there.
Very, very beautiful.
No, Albany's up north. I'm going there in June. That's about 2.5 hours north.
To school up that way. It's cold and nasty.
Cold, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very beautiful in the summer, but
Yeah.
yes. Yeah.
Go ahead.
It was one of two cities.
Go ahead and continue, doctor. Thank you.
Thank you. So, in this particular patient, we did try to help her to the best of our ability. Financially, we tried to give her samples of medications, what we could provide to her during her care. We also, with her permission, contacted an access representative, and we had the access representative talk to the patient's family to see if we could actually help her get the access. And that is also a cost which we absorb in the practice to help the patients to get insurance. So I would like to state that, again, that we did not overcharge this patient. This patient actually was undercharged. And we did not abandon the care of this patient on labor and delivery, because within 3 hours of her showing up in triage, our doctor from our practice went and assessed the patient, admitted the patient, and then on a Saturday signed out to the oncoming physician from another practice, and that was the oncoming physician who delivered this particular patient. But then on Sunday, our doctor took the care over again.
So I've got, before the board members, I just had 2 questions. Number one, did the patient doctor, I understand you can't be on 24/7. Okay, I get it. And that's why we have on-calls, all right? Did she understand, was that explained to her that if she would, there might be the possibility that we have an on-call group, and hey, if you go into labor, I'm not going to be there. That's all I wanted. First question.
Absolutely, yes,
okay.
doctor. Yes.
Second question was, I didn't have an issue with the billing. My only question is that if she, and I know they didn't get on Medicaid or Access, but then they got on private insurance, is the pregnancy considered completely global? So for the charges, so even though you charge them less, are you obligated to give those previous charges back that she had? Since you did get insurance, and so then you were paid for the delivery, and it's supposed to be considered for the whole term of the delivery. That's what I wanted to ask you. Is it considered global or not? That's what I didn't know.
Doctor, I will take the help of Ms. Picana in this, but I do want to let you know that we did not get paid for the delivery because we did not deliver the patient.
Okay.
So the practice that delivered the patient, they bill for the delivery of the patient.
So for board members, I know that I have patients that are, and I'm sure, Gary, you run into this too, that they're cash patients. We do charge them, but then they eventually get insurance, and I've never gone back and given them a refund on that either.
Yeah,
You're trying to say
no.
with that. So, but my question was about the global thing. So that was my only thing. I disagreed with our consultant here when he talked about issues here.
Right.
So I was not in agreement with that. This particular consultant. I think Dr. Praw, you had a question about that. I think it was the global fees.
Well, I wasn't sure if there was a global fee for pregnancy and delivery now with that particular insurance, or
I will let Ms. Pickwick answer this question.
Do you want her to be?
Go ahead and have her be sworn in.
Yeah.
Raise your right hand. Excuse me. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
Yes,
help
I
you
do. So for a global pregnancy, if you deliver the patient, you would bill the global care from the beginning of the pregnancy to the end. But in this case, we didn't. She got insurance later in her pregnancy, so we reported those reportable visits as an antepartum code that's billable per insurances.
Okay. So yeah, there's all types of different codes. Questions from other board members? I'm the one who's been dominating questions.
No, I mean, you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I
Mr.
do.
Landa? Go ahead.
Yeah, my concern wasn't with the care, and nor was it with the billing. First, doctor, what is your role in the group?
Honorable Judge, I started the group.
My concern is what I consider a total breakdown in communication between the physician and the patient. You made the comment that the patient knew about the on-call and another doctor. Clearly, the patient didn't, because we have this complaint, and that's an issue. I think there was something in between you and the patient and you, that just did not connect, and between the patient and your staff and the patient, that did not connect for whatever reason. That's my concern. Not the care, not the on-call, not the billing. It's the communication is the issue to me.
Honorable Judge, I would like to respectfully state that, again, we did provide, as you said, exceptional care to the patient, and we were constantly communicating with the patient. Patient never had any complaints with us. It is the husband who was the one who came up with this complaint.
By the patient, I meant the patient and patient's family. I realized it was the husband, but it's the patient's family, and you were communicating it. But I'm not sure you understood that the patient's family was not understanding.
Was the husband ever there with you for any of the visits? Do you know?
Sir, doctor, I saw the patient on her initial visit. That was the time, and I don't remember now, but I'm thinking the husband did come to the appointments. So I'm going to make an assumption that the husband was there, because the patient did not talk. They not to be judgmental or saying anything, but the husband was the one who was always, as my understanding is, does the talking.
Okay.
Yeah, I will just add that to Dr. Barr's statement that the patient herself never talked. So all the instructions were always given to the husband. I will be honest, I never heard her say one single word.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you just state your name?
Danielle Pequeño.
And you're an employee?
Yes, the billing administrator for Dr. Barr's practice.
Just for the record, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you think that rises to any level of... I'm sorry.
I got a question.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Dr.
So,
Versasha.
So you saw her on the initial valuation, correct?
Yes.
Okay, then they're checked what? I mean, I forget my OB, but you see him every 3 months later, 8 weeks. Who sees that patient?
So I saw her for the first visit. Then the patient is given the option of, I hired midwives. So she's given the option of seeing a midwife also in the practice. So she saw the midwives. Up till the first 28 weeks, patient is seen every 4 weeks. If they need an additional ultrasound, which can be done at 20 weeks, if they need an ultrasound for nuchal translucency testing, that is done around 12 to 14 weeks, so that can come in between the visits. From 28 to 36 weeks, the patient is seen every 2 weeks, and after 36 weeks, the patient is seen every week.
Okay. And most of those visits are done by a midwife, correct?
As long as the prenatal care is no complications.
Yeah, no.
Yes.
Right, yeah, I
Yes.
think that's fine.
Yes.
All right, so I just wanted to make sure there was continuity care. And do they see the same midwife, or do you get one midwife and then the next time they see another one? I mean, there's got to be continuity as it relates to pregnancy.
This patient, she saw 2 midwives alternatively.
Okay, so, all right, back to back.
Yes.
All right. And I'm still trying to grapple my brain around this fee. So they came in, let me just see if I can summarize this, and then it probably answers it. They came in, no insurance, and you took them, and they paid money, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then they got on an insurance. And then you had this global fee, right? This global fee that goes to the people who delivered the baby and for your prenatal care, correct? It's a combination?
I will speak. They are separate codes, so the other physician gets paid only for the delivery.
Correct.
Right, and
Okay.
then we only get paid for prenatal care.
Great.
During their active insurance.
And so then that money then that they had paid in, you reimburse them back.
The overpayment, the beginning of their care till they had insurance, they were a self-pay patient.
Right. And so do you give them? No, that doesn't make any sense. So you don't give them the money back, right?
No, because they paid for their
right,
fees, right?
Right. No,
Yeah.
that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fine.
But you did not receive insurance payment for what you had previously charged them, did you?
No, because we only can bill the insurance for their active dates of service of insurance carrier, and prior was self-pay.
I want
We
to make sure
did
there's no double
Yeah,
payment.
I'm happy with that. I'm clear enough.
Any other questions? I understand you have concerns about communication.
Yeah, actually, this is a bit of a tough case for me. On one hand, I don't want to take away from the doctor's care that was provided, which by all accounts was very good. And I also don't want to take away from the fact that it seems from the records that the practice did attempt to work with the family financially. On the other hand, I don't want to take away from the patient's concerns that, at least my concerns, that there was a communications gap in there. And so my dilemma is, in considering all the positives for the practice and Dr. Brar, do we dismiss the case, or considering I think what the father went, or what the father now, the husband went through, do we issue a letter of concern for lack of communication?
Is the complainant here? That's what I wanted to ask.
No.
Okay. All right.
So I think my thought is that we dismiss the case, but you consider what we're talking about here and we're going through here, that just because, and this goes for both of you, and your entire staff, and it'd be wise to get them all together and talk about it, just because you communicate, it doesn't mean the other party's understanding. And you can't assume that the other party's understanding. You're talking medical lingo, you're talking insurance lingo, and my colleagues are all physicians. I'm just a dumb lawyer here, and we don't know all this stuff all the time, and probably, people know less than I do about it. So you really got to keep that in mind. And that goes for everyone here, because you can't assume everyone's going to know what you know. And even if you explain it, you really got to make sure they they understand it.
So, you know, I was thinking maybe so that you don't run into this problem again, because I think you're an excellent doctor. Maybe have some sort of form that they sign or something like that, and moving forward then explains it completely out, have it in Spanish if they're Spanish speaking, those types of individuals, so you don't run into this problem again, okay? All right.
Comment one thing?
Go ahead.
All right. You know, the cases we see are not always derived from the practice of medicine. It has to do with running a business and the complaints from the patient. So I think you really got to take that, like Mr. Landau said, really take that seriously, because you're here really not because of what happened, other than the billing and the way these people interpreted it.
I would support a motion for dismissal. Does anybody else want to make any comments?
I would like to make a motion to dismiss.
So I have, Dr. Maiden made a motion for dismissal. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second from Dr. Erbstrasser. Any discussion before? Did you want to say anything? I'm sorry.
No, thank you.
Okay. Any?
One other comment. In some cases, this case is more difficult than the last case.
Yeah.
The last case was much more serious.
Black and white.
But it was clear that we were going to take action on his license. This case is balancing different factors, and our role is safety of the public, safety of the patient. We have to consider that, but it also means you all have to consider that in your practice.
All right. Any other discussion before we vote? All signify by saying aye for dismissal.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Doctor, thank you for coming. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much
okay?
for having us.
Oh, you bet. Have a good afternoon.
I grew up 20 miles from that school and went to college down the block.
It's a very beautiful area.
That part is.
Yes.
Yep, that part is. Yeah.
I'm a Long Islander, too.
Are you from Long Islander?
Long Islander.
Where are you from?
Levittown and Laurel Hollow.
Oh, are you?
Before they were cool.
I'm from Long Beach.
I know the area well.
Next.
I have a good friend from Levittown.
But it has some good fish in there.
They do.
Next case is E, DO-18-01478, Stephen Kent Orchie, DO license number 007522. Doctor, are you here? Please come forward, doctor. Welcome. Just please have a seat over there. Thank you. Would you sit on the other side, please?
Oh.
Thank you. Because that pole is in the way. A lot of people can't see. Go ahead and swear him in.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Doctor, could you tell us about your training and the type of practice that you have?
Sure. I graduated from Western University in Pomona in 2009. Finished a family practice residency in Long Beach 2012. Worked for Vista Community Clinic in San Diego for 6 years, and am currently employed at North Country Healthcare in Flagstaff since August.
Well, you got a bunch of snow up there.
We did,
a couple weeks ago.
It's been great.
Yeah. Dr. Pryor, this is yours. Would you like to review this case?
The complainant states he was seen by Dr. Ochi in September of 2018 and submitted a urine sample for an STD screen. He states he was told the results would take about a week. He states he did not hear from them, so on Thursday, the 20th of September, he called the office for his results. He states he did not receive a return call until September 25th, when he was told they had lost the urine sample and it was never submitted to the lab. He states Dr. Ochi and his staff failed to inform him the sample was lost until he called 3 weeks later, and he feels they did not intend to ever notify him if he had not called. Dr. Ochi answered the complaint, and I felt the deviation from the standard of care was that Dr. Ochi and his staff failed to determine the patient's lab results were not available due to a misplaced or lost sample. The lost sample and the need to resubmit the sample was not documented in the medical record. Dr. Ochi does not seem to have a system in place to track lab results. There was no documentation in the medical record of the lost sample, and Dr. Ochi, in his board response, still feels it was the patient's responsibility to call for his lab results.
Doctor, would you go ahead and care to comment?
Sure. I'm not sure. Maybe I should have worded in the letter differently. I didn't think that it was his responsibility, but I was just merely following the protocol of the clinic at the time, and it was a new clinic for me. In the past, they did have a little bit more stringent follow-up procedure. I was not aware of the missing sample or missing lab result until I was notified by my MA, and she asked me, the GC chlamydia has not been resulted, but he also wants additional testing, and so I put that order in. 2 days later, it came back. It was negative, and I thought that was the end of it, and until I heard about it from this letter, this complaint.
So tell me what systems that you have in place now so this doesn't occur again.
So the CEO of our company, we have 14 locations across northern Arizona. She had the regional director and a doctor and the clinic manager get together. They formulated a different policy for the MAs to actually, at the end of the day, all samples that weren't run need to be refrigerated, and the next day, all the tests that are not actually resulted, that are in process, need to be followed up on. So they added an additional 3 pages to the training manual for the medical assistants.
Questions from board members?
I have a comment. My head hit the proverbial roof when I read the comment. I do think it should have been prudent for the patient. The fact you put it off on the patient when your clinic screwed up is, to me, and I'm the public member here, and is completely unacceptable.
Right.
And I don't buy the fact, well, I should have worded it differently. You're saying the patient should have followed up, but you guys didn't do your job. And and I'm glad to see that there are systems in place now to correct that. And I think a letter of concern is appropriate in this case for failure to follow up on lab results and failure to document.
Dr. Strasser, Dr.
Yeah,
Needham?
I just got some questions, so you thought the patient was going to call back. If you order a thyroid function, do you expect the patient to call back?
No, I don't. The only reason why I did write that in the letter, and I regretfully did put that in there, was because at every visit I say, if you don't hear back from us within 3-4 days, whether it's a referral, lab, any kind of order, please call us, because sometimes the referral department doesn't process this. Sometimes the medical assistant may not actually follow through on this particular.
Why would you have to do that? If you have to do that, then it sounds like you need to jettison some employees.
The medical assistant that did actually process that, or that I was working with that day, is no longer with the clinic.
Yeah, but why would you ever have to say, well, we're conducting this test that could be determinative on your life, but if you don't hear from us, give us a call. That, to me, makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, it's kind of a CYA. I mean, you want to educate the patient. Yeah, we have every intent to do this, but if for some reason you don't hear it, please call back, because we know the liabilities if there's an abnormal test and nobody's looked at it or has been called.
I get the CYA, but wouldn't you say this will be back in 3 days? If we don't hear from the lab in 3 days, we're going to check back with the lab, but we're going to let you know that there's a delay hearing from the lab and it's going to take longer.
I do the same thing just to involve the patients in their own care.
Yeah.
I
do too. It's not a perfect system. I'm not giving him an excuse. I think he was wrong in how he stated it, put it on onus on the patient. But I always tell patients, you know what, I want to see you back in 2 weeks. And I'll tell you why. I'm an obsessive compulsive doctor, OCD. So I want to make sure that my staff did everything right. And usually that's when I find out that the lab screwed up. They sent the wrong specimen in,
Which happens.
And all that, and the tube broke or whatever. And in this case, this guy's looking for STDs, HIV testing. I saw you got here too. And so, this I think is important. So I'm glad to see that you've made some changes and from there. But I would agree with a letter of concern would be appropriate for this case.
Which is
non-disciplinary.
Okay.
Is that a motion you made there?
I'm going to make a
Mr.
motion.
Lando?
Mr. Lando made a motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
And the motion is for
a letter of concern for failure to follow up on lab analyzation and failure to document.
Okay. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Doctor, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Hopefully you get to enjoy some of that skiing up there with the snow.
I think my kids will.
Yeah.
Safe travels back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case is G, DO-18-0141A, Bryant David Friedman, DO license number 006111. Is Dr. Friedman here? Dr. Friedman, please come forward, please.
Dr. Friedman's here, and so is the complainant.
And the complainant is here as well. Okay. Great. Please have a seat right there. Thank you, Dr. Friedman. Could you swear in Dr. Friedman for us, please?
Raise your right hand.
We have the complainant
Do you
sit
swear to
over
tell
there.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
Yeah,
but the
the
truth, so
complainant
help you
sit
God?
there.
I do.
All right. You want to bring the complainant forward, too?
Yeah.
Is the complainant here as well?
Yeah.
Could you just have a seat right over there, sir? Great. Just have a seat there, too. And can you also swear in the complainant as well?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Dr. Friedman, can you tell us about your training and the type of practice that you have now?
Sure. My name is Dr. Brian Friedman. I went to osteopathic medical school at UMDNJ, and then I did a dual residency in ENT facial plastics at St. Barnabas in New Jersey. And then I did a head and neck training. I did my head and neck training at Memorial Sloan Kettering in New York City. Then I came to Scottsdale and I did a fellowship in the American Board of Cosmetic Surgery. Thereafter, I was a founding member of the American Board of Cosmetic Facial Plastic Surgery. And now I have a practice in ENT facial plastic and cosmetic surgery in Scottsdale and Payson and Sun City West.
Okay, thank you. I believe this is Dr. Praw's case.
Yes. The complainant is patient DA. The complainant states he was seen by Dr. Friedman for a second opinion regarding the recommendation from another ENT to have a septoplasty to correct a chronic sinus problem. He states he was billed for a nasal endoscopy. He states he's had a nasal endoscopy previously, and he is certain Dr. Friedman did not perform this procedure. He states he later obtained his medical records and found many false statements. He states his past surgical history, immunization history, and social history, medications, and vital signs were all incorrect. He states his blood pressure was not taken. He states his height was documented incorrectly, and his weight was documented incorrectly. He states no examination of his ears, throat, larynx, neck, thyroid, vestibular area, eye, respiratory, cardiovascular, or lymphatic system was performed. He states Dr. Friedman did not perform a nasal endoscopy but billed for one. Dr. Friedman stated in his board response that he explained to the patient a nasal endoscopy would be performed to complement the CT scan he had had previously. He notes a copy of the office notes illustrate the detailed nasal endoscopic findings. Dr. Friedman states that the patient's medical history was entered by his medical assistant and that he would address this matter within his practice more thoroughly moving forward. I felt that Dr. Friedman may have entered incorrect information regarding the patient's history and physical by his staff, and Dr. Friedman did not verify that patient's history. Also, it appeared that no informed consent was signed for the nasal endoscopy. The nasal endoscopy was documented in the medical record.
Dr. Friedman, would you care to make any statement after that brief review?
The patient had come to me for a second opinion after seeing a skull-based surgeon for not septal surgery, rather sinus surgery. To complement a CT scan, which is in two-dimension, various views accordingly, a nasal endoscopy is often performed to see the accessibility. The patient was looking for less invasive means as opposed to functional endoscopic sinus surgery and was looking for an in-office procedure. To check the feasibility of the in-office procedure, a nasal endoscopy.
If you could slow down
just a little bit.
Sure, no sweat.
Just transcribing. Just slow down a little. You're doing fine.
The patient had come to me for a second opinion in sinus surgery. He was looking for a less invasive means as opposed to going to an operative room theater and doing functional endoscopic sinus surgery. A nasal endoscopy is performed thereafter to see the feasibility of an in-office procedure and its level of comfort. As it pertains to the notes and documents and findings, it seems prudent to do a nasal endoscopy. I'm a little confused as the entire complaint. Oftentimes, if there's a question about a bill or something of this nature, it usually is presented to my office staff and worked out internally. So, the next I heard of this was through his insurance company and the board of these concerns. as it pertains to the inaccuracies of the social histories, things of this nature. This was taken by a medical assistant. If these are inaccurate, my apologies. What I've done moving forward in a matter of these things, for example, I reiterate now several times to a patient, I'm going to perform a nasal endoscopy. This is a nasal endoscope, and now this is how I'm using it. So I reiterate 3 times over, nasal endoscopy. The procedure doesn't involve anything sharp or invasive to the point to get a consent for a nasal endoscopy. I guess it could be done, yes, but then to look in someone's ear with an otoscope or look in their throat with, at what point do you stop doing these consents? And as it pertains to the inaccuracies moving forward, for instance, one that came to mind since this whole event, I looked in someone's nose, they had a whopping septal perforation. I asked about them having any septoplasty in the past. They said no. Any traumas? They said no. I reviewed the social history taken by my MA. It said no drug use. Getting into it with the patient a little bit, having first met them, it's very hard to always kind of ascertain these things. But we did later find out that he did use intranasal drug use. So moving forward, again, it's a very focused practice, ENT. So if my MA writes down 115 pounds and it looks to me like they're 285, then I get a little bit more in depth into these findings. So yes, in terms of the past social findings of this thing, as it pertains to that specialty, I do home in if I find gross discrepancies. As it pertains to this gentleman's complaints about 5 or 10 pounds or something of this nature, I'm sorry if it was inaccurate.
Did you examine, because it said that you also did a cardiovascular exam, and did all those things with him. Did you listen to his heart and lung?
This I did not do, no. This was reviewed previously in case B under this point of a templated notes. You know, having been here, all these things will be amended, but this gentleman's concerns were really geared towards the ear, nose, and throat venues in which I specialize, and I feel that examination was really above and beyond. The CT scan review, a nasal endoscopy, and anterior rhinoscopy.
So have you amended those notes to reflect that he didn't do those exams on?
No, I did these examinations as the notes.
No, the heart cardiovascular, that's what I was asking. You said it was a template that was done.
This was a templated note, yes.
So, but you didn't listen?
I did not listen to this person's heart and lungs, no.
Okay.
All right, so I got a couple
Go ahead.
questions. Okay. Describe a nasal endoscopy to me.
A nasal endoscopy uses a 0 degree or 30 degree endoscope. It's about 1.2 millimeters in max diameter and about 10 to 15 centimeters in length.
Okay, so I guess a patient would know whether or not they had something like that.
I would think so, yes.
Okay. So that's where I have the question here that he says it wasn't done and he was billed for it. So to me, that's fraud. So
That would be fraud, doctor, yes. However, me and him clearly have a discrepancy in what I did that day. This is my first time meeting this gentleman. I really have no desires to forge documents, things of this nature. He came in for...
Still talking?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Dr. Ipstrasser, continue, okay?
All right. So I guess my second question is, who referred you the patient? Another ENT? Who referred him? It says here the committee was seen by a second recommendation from another ENT.
Shall I answer now?
Yes.
Yes, okay. This gentleman came to me, I think, on his own accord.
That was a little bit on the
I don't want to.
side.
No, it wasn't. I'm not trying to be sarcastic in the least. I didn't want to jump the gun. I just wanted to ask if it was time.
We understand. This is a
the complaint says that he was seen by Dr. Friedman for a second opinion regarding the recommendation from another ENT to have septoplasty. So he came to see you at the recommendation of another ENT?
This gentleman came to me. He had mentioned he had seen a skull-based surgeon who had suggested functional endoscopic sinus surgery. This gentleman then asked me for a less invasive means, a second opinion, if you will. I think this gentleman found me on his own.
Okay. And I have questions for
patient when you were...
Okay. Sure. So just questions regarding the consent. First of all, what is the complication rate of nasal endoscopy?
I think if you to do a nasal endoscopy a little aggressively with a septal deviation, you can abrade the septum. If the patient is to really thrust forward or something of this nature, maybe it can cause trauma, but there's nothing sharp to it. And the diameter of the scope and the diameter of the nostril, it fits very comfortably.
And just as a rough guess, how many times have you personally encountered those complications?
Next to zero, probably.
Do you believe it's the standard of care for people in your practice to obtain a consent for this particular procedure?
A nasal endoscopy alone, I don't think necessarily is something that needs to be consented for.
And just to the medical students, it's a great question as far as examination. If something has a higher complication rate, it's certainly a very good idea to do a consent form. If it has a very low complication rate, I certainly don't have a problem without performing a consent form for it with the discussion, for the same reason as looking in the ear can cause an abrasion with the otoscope also. Thank you. That answers my questions.
Go ahead. To the medical records, Doctor, this is the second template case we had today. If I understand the examination of the eyes, respiratory, cardiovascular, lymphatic system, that was all on a template that the medical record simply produced?
More or less. It's a templated thing, and then I really home in on the ear, nose, and throat findings of such.
But after the examination, do you look at the medical records to see if they're accurate?
When you say medical records, the past medical, social, surgical histories?
No, the records you're producing, you're writing into you're honing in and you're writing into the notes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm not a physician, so I don't do this.
As it pertains to this note, if it's in front, as it goes in through the ear, nose, and throat, it gets sizable in terms of its osteomeatal complices, its obstruction, its turbinate hypertrophies, frontal ethmoidal recesses. So I really went in there and did a good number. It was thorough.
Yeah, so therefore at the end, you have an electronic document of which evidences the records of the exam that day.
Yes, sir.
Now, and clearly in this case, that electronic document's inaccurate. Do you check it for accuracy?
As it pertains to the ear, nose, and
to everything, it's your record.
I would say I do all of the notes that same day and make sure they're accurate, yes.
But they weren't here.
In terms of what inaccuracies?
As Dr. Cunningham mentioned, the cardiovascular, you didn't perform a cardiovascular exam, and the notes show you did.
Yes.
And that's because it's templated, right?
This is correct. It's templated.
So, and again, I don't deal with this on a regular basis, but you enter your notes regarding your examination, the endoscopy, other examination, and that gets part of the record, and the record's entered into the system, correct? It becomes a permanent part of this patient's record.
This is correct.
Okay. Now, also a permanent part of that record is everything else that the template produces, correct?
Yes. If this patient had come into me with respects to a sign or symptoms suggestive of dual intervention, perhaps a hypotensive, vestibular, cardiovascular intertwined thing, I would be a little bit more investigating into the cardiovascular aspects as it pertains to his vertiginous symptoms. But as an otolaryngologist, things of this nature, I really limit my examination to the ear, nose, and throat.
I understand that, and which your records show that you did, but the records also produced other evidence of examination, correct?
This is correct.
Now, but those are examinations you did not complete, but they're
correct.
in your records, right?
Yes.
And that is because of the template.
Yes, sir.
And it simply spits it out.
Yes.
So, do you have the capability, when this patient leaves, or at the end of the day, or while he's still there, to look at the entire record and say, yep, this is accurate, or no, it says that I performed a cardiovascular exam, but I didn't, and then go in and change it.
As my practice progresses, when I first started, before meaningful use followed by MIPS and other documentation necessities in order to meet compliances with Medicare to face this 4%. It's a 4%. Sorry, I'm just getting a little too off chart. These computer systems are formatted for more or less general practitioners.
Right.
And then they kind of pushed it on to the medical world for medical, legal, documentations, et cetera. So the variable programs that are available for subspecialties such as otolaryngology are limited, and then you got to kind of try to steer these templates, and then when you go to try to hit the 99202, 99203, 99204 for new patients, or 99212, 99213, 99214 for the established, and then you hit it and it doesn't meet this. It's a very intricate system, and it's just I'm trying to find the most careful balance of doing accurate charting, being the most accurate ENT. I'm not a cardiologist.
Let me bring it back to something that's basic and simple. If your medical record shows you examined a patient's heart and you didn't, is there a way you can go in and unclick a box or delete a line that says you examined the heart, but you didn't?
Sir, I am certain you can. I am certain there's a way to go in there and alter these things.
Mr. Landau, can I expand on this mostly for the medical students' education?
Please.
If I were to see this patient next, and they had a heart murmur when I examined them, I was not able to get that information from other means except this chart, and it said no heart murmur, then I might be required to go on with further evaluation for a sudden cardiac disease, loss of the heart valve. And by the same token, the cranial nerves, which is a commonly left thing in the template, if the patient comes to me with a facial droop, and for some reason I couldn't get information, except I found a chart recently that said that the cranial nerves were intact at the time, I could easily mistakenly progress on to a clot-busting medicine, a TPA, which could be potentially deadly. And it might be unnecessary because a chart had documented a normal neurologic examination recently. So it is a problem, and I understand your conundrum there. That's difficult to work with these records, but it can result in bad outcomes.
To me, it seems to be a responsibility that the records have to be accurate. That seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, it seems to me to be pretty basic.
Go ahead.
May I interject again? And in all due respect, I apologize for cutting you off, Doctor. This was not my intentions, sir, to be rude. I think that I just want to say, as it pertains to my ear, nose, and throat findings, I think these things are very comprehensive. And if my otolaryngology notes were used by any other physician from any other field, from an ENT standpoint, this note is very good. I agree, sir, that as it pertains to his heart evaluation, I did not do it, and this was wrong. It should be tended to. Just to build on that point, if I'm the only physician to see this patient, I understand. But if another doctor had went to see this patient, my ENT notes were strong, and I would hope that that doctor would go to a cardiologist for their notes if this person had documented cardiac irregularities, arrhythmias. If he had gastrointestinal problems, I would hope that a gastroenterologist.
You're missing the point on it. I'm not saying your notes weren't accurate. We'll hear from the patient in a moment. But for our purposes, we're not saying your notes weren't accurate, not saying they're comprehensive, not saying there's anything wrong with your notes as to your exam. What I'm saying is your medical records include documents of exams that were not completed. Had nothing to do with your exam at all. It's not your exam, it's the records.
Okay.
That's what I'm getting at.
All right. I'm going to have you just stop there for a minute, and then I'm going to have patient DA. We don't say your full name, so just say patient DA. You can identify yourself by that. Would you care to? I'm going to give you 3 to 5 minutes to talk here as well. Okay.
Yeah, just to clarify the situations here, it's a little bit more than just a small amount of medical notes. I went to see Dr. Friedman on second to receive some consultation on my sinus problem. A comprehensive exam was not sought, nor was one conducted. There are numerous falsehoods in the medical notes. Taking a blood pressure, which is not done. My height is off by 2 inches. My weight is off by 65 pounds. Fall assessment cardiac, those types of assessments were not done. It was basically a conversation about options to take a less invasive route to cure a sinus problem. So, and then the main note from Dr. Friedman that disavows the point that the endoscopy was conducted was there's an evaluation of post-operative healing. I've never had any operation on my sinus cavity. So the note of the sinus passages on his medical notes, that in itself proves that the notes are false.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Can you comment on the nasal endoscopy? I mean, I'm still want to know what happened.
It did not occur. That test was not conducted. I've had it done by another doctor, and that test was not done by Dr. Friedman.
What was done?
It was basically a conversation. To be honest, I don't even believe that Dr. Friedman even touched me, put his hands on me, which that wasn't the point of the medical appointment anyway. There was no medical testing done. There was no endoscopy done. There was nothing of that sort done in that office. I was probably in there for 45 minutes to an hour. There was a conversation. I took the CT scan from the ENT and my notes from the ENT to have that second opinion of that, to take a less invasive route for my sinus problems, but there was no medical procedure done.
Did he look in your nose at all with even a scope of any sort?
He didn't. I don't think I know he did not do the endoscopy to run the tube up, because I've had it done, and I know he did not do that.
Okay. You had a question, Dr. Madam?
No.
Okay. Mr. Landau, do you have any questions on the patient?
No, I'm just trying to wrap my hand around this thing. You're basically saying, make sure I understand correctly, and I don't think there's any dispute that what's listed in the exam for the non-nasal, what's listed in the records for the non-nasal portion of it is inaccurate. I don't think there's any dispute. And Dr. Friedman, and correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't know what his MA did as far as the initial, the vital signs. Is that correct?
This is correct.
Okay, so and Dr. Friedman doesn't know what his MA did. 2 inches, if she's estimating, yeah, I could see that. I wish people estimated my weight by 65 pounds. But that's a big difference. We don't know what she did. And we don't even look at the records afterward. But you're saying that the doctor made up a whole story on the endoscopy and wrote those comprehensive notes when he didn't perform the exam? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And I have one question to the doctor.
Yes, sir.
Would you consider your practice to be busy?
I would say my practice is steady.
How many patients a day do you see?
When it's a cosmetic and plastic surgery day or an ENT day.
ENT day, or both?
I would say I would average about 20 to 25 ENT patients a day. I like to spend on the 99204 as a new patients 30 to 40 minutes. Thereafter, in between the visits, I'll do the noting necessary for those. If I don't get to portions of the notes at the end of the day, I do them that day so it stays fresh in my memory. I never go more than 24 hours on the notes.
You want to go for executive session? Or?
I don't.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask you, how much was the endoscopy nasal? How much did it cost?
My out-of-pocket was 186 something, some change.
$186?
Was my out-of-pocket.
$186?
Yeah, correct.
Pretty significant.
Okay.
Pretty significant. It's
Yeah.
a chunk of change. So I got some issues with all of this.
I had a thought. Dr. Freeman, do you ever do a nasal endoscopy without putting the epinephrine and ephrin in, or do you always use that?
It depends on what the examination is for. If it's for...
Would you have most certainly used the epinephrine and ephrin?
I'd have to check the note, but oftentimes, if I want to see how it looks with for the environment itself, the allergens, the antigens, the edema, I would not use those things first, but oftentimes I will use them to get further in there to decongest it.
I was just thinking that the patient would certainly know if they sprayed something in their nose. You know, they would think that they would remember that for sure. I don't know.
Dr. Friedman, and the only thing I would caution you on, I know you're talking about billing, I don't know, the 1.4 versus a 1.3, because of your EMR won't let you charge for that unless you have more of a comprehensive system review. But if you're not for Medicare, but if you're not doing those, then you can't bill for those then, okay?
Yes, 100%, doctor. Again, and this, when it came across my plate to review this, why would I have not done a nasal endoscopy for a sinus inquiry for a second opinion? It's a spinal arc reflex.
Okay. Any other questions from other board members?
I think we should go to executive session.
Okay, so you want to make a motion to go to executive session for legal advice?
Go to executive session.
Okay, can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying
Aye.
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 I'll be right back. Please sit there and relax, okay? Obtaining legal advice from our Assistant Attorney General, Mr. Landau.
Yeah. This is, we have two diametrically opposed statements here. And with two people who seem very credible and know what's going on. So we need to try to figure this out. And I would like to get a better idea of the physician's practice, type of notes, and exams. So I would like to see a chart review of whatever X number of cases Dr. Pra feels appropriate.
You just want it limited to nasal endoscopy?
Or
do you want a
can help
general
me-
chart ENT review?
Just
I wouldn't mind general.
probably general would be better
ENT.
because
We don't want to do the plastic.
No, we don't want the plastic. Your practice is kind of both, right?
Yes, but for the ENT aspect of the practice, it's all electronic medical records.
Okay. That's fine. And Barbara knows, Dr. Pra knows how to do
How many
that.
charts would you suggest?
10.
10 charts, okay?
Yeah, I'd like to see that, and maybe Dr. Pra, maybe someone else, but I'd like to see that so we can get a better idea of the doctor's practice and what's going on, because we take what you say so very seriously, and we listen to the doctor as well. So we need more information, and then maybe we can reschedule this
Set
for
it forward.
the May meeting. Is that enough
We should
time?
have enough time.
Or June?
You want to make it for
The
June or
June
July? We've got a lot of things going on, you know that.
Yeah.
You want to make it June?
Sure.
Yeah, set it for the June meeting, and then we can come back and get that information as well.
Okay.
You have something to say? You look like you're ready to say something.
No.
Oh, okay. And this way, we can do that.
Go ahead.
So you would move to continue the
Yeah.
investigative hearing and direct staff to
Yeah.
do a 10
Also,
patient
yeah,
chart
review, yeah.
You just have to have a motion for that?
Yeah, I'll move,
Okay.
we reset this matter till the June meeting and ask staff to conduct a 10-chart review.
Okay. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
Second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Doctor, we'll see you in June, and we hope to see you back in June as well, sir.
Thank you.
And you'll be notified of the dates, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. We are done with the investigative hearings. Where would you like to go next?
There's
Oh, sure.
How do I get you these charts?
So the executive director should be contacting you, and then you can get them to her. She'll let you know how to go through the process. Try and call her. If you haven't heard anything, call her next week, okay? All right, thank you. Or a couple of weeks.
Just in case she loses a sample.
there is one applicant
Let's hear it.
that's been here all morning,
Well, let's have the applicant. Who is that?
Dr. Rustin.
Dr. Rustin, please come forward. Please have a seat there. Welcome. Thank you for being so patient. All right. Did you travel far?
West Valley.
West Valley. Okay, so not out of town. Okay.
That's far during the week.
It is far during.
Closer than several other people.
Is this yours?
Yes.
Okay. Do we need to go into executive session for medical?
Maybe so.
Maybe, but I think you could probably start just to get everybody on the same page of where this is it's a pending application.
Yeah, it's a pending application, and when she was seen before the board previously, quite some time ago, she was advised to have several evaluations, and she came back for a clarification of the evaluations, and then she didn't have them done, and she was under the impression that she could just withdraw her application, but I informed her recently that that's not an option, that she would need to go ahead and have the evaluations that were board ordered previously, and if then she wanted to withdraw, she could, but but we would be unable to withdraw it, and in order to be resolved, she would have to go through with having the evaluations, and I believe she has scheduled them at this point. I've been in contact with her this week, and am I right? You've scheduled?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it your desire still to get a license then? Is that what you're still wanting to get with the state then, or with the Arizona State?
So last year, my plans changed from when I initially applied for licensure. I was planning on practicing in the state, and then after the clarification last June meeting, in July, I received some mentorship from my leadership and started considering going back to residency, pursue board certification finally.
Good.
And so when I was looking into that, interested in preventative medicine, none of those programs are in Arizona.
Oh.
And so still being in the military, going through a lot of stuff. At the bottom of all the pages, at the bottom it says, if you don't do this, then it'll be administratively closed on October 28th, 2018. So I have 2 letters saying that. I received.
So there's confusion.
Yes, I received a voicemail from Ms. Brake beginning of October, sometime in October. She said the same thing. I was out of state on a training mission, so I wasn't able to do
I can see your confusion. I'm sorry for that too. I am.
Well, I think we're getting some clarity.
Okay.
So I'm happy to pursue this. Happy to finish this up. My evaluations are scheduled over the next couple of weeks, and should be able to get all the reports to you by the beginning of April.
So do you think you'll be able to do it by the April board meeting? You think you'll have all that?
Yes,
do you feel comfortable with that, Dr.
I
Peralta?
do.
Okay, so do you have? I don't think we need to go into executive session for any of that, because I'd like to talk about those evaluations when you come back.
So I'll move we reset this to the April 16th board meeting.
Okay.
April 13th.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. You know what? Thank you for working with us, and I'm so sorry for the confusion. And I'm just glad that we're getting it worked out then, okay? We're not doing, I just want you to know, we're not doing this to be onerous on you or anything like that. It's just that we want to make sure that everything's good, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I understand.
Okay. We'll see you in April then. Thank you. Any other applicants that we have here?
I'm not aware of anyone, and
Are there any other applicants for a licensure here? Okay.
Not yet.
All right. Is there anything else we need to talk about?
I just wanted, before we broke for lunch, I just wanted to introduce to the board our new employees, because I know that Carla, would you please stand? She's going to be leaving right after lunch, and this is Carla Corral. She's going to be our
Welcome,
new
Carla.
investigations administrator.
Okay, great.
And Mary, would you stand? This is Mary Broughton.
met
Did I
Mary.
pronounce it right?
Broughton.
And she is our new administrative assistant. Yes.
Okay, great.
And everybody knows Kim.
Great.
And Melissa is out there greeting everyone.
Okay, great.
And I also wanted to especially thank Jenny for coming in. She's really gone way out of her way to help us.
Thank you for helping us. I know you.
We'll miss you.
We'll miss
We're
you.
going to miss her.
Thank you for all your service to this board.
Yes,
thank you very
thank
much.
you.
Thank you very much. Is there anything that we want to do before lunch that's quick?
Are we going to move into executive session on
before, we were going to go, okay, what we'll do then, is there anything you want to do before we break for lunch? Is there anything?
Okay, are you going to break or are you going to stay
We're going to
on
stay in executive session, but
record?
before we,
So you're not breaking for lunch?
we're not breaking for lunch. We're going to go into executive session to review applications for executive director, even though I've tried to twist Dr. Pra's arm to continue in that position. She has said
So
no.
so what you want to call those agenda items?
So where's that
So
at?
you're going to go to items 15 and 16?
15, so we're going to go.
15 is reviewing resumes.
So 15, we're going to review
16
consideration of resumes for executive director position and possible selection of prospective interview candidates. 16, again, review and discussion of possible action on development of the interview questions for the executive director interviews.
Okay, and so for both of those items, you may move into executive session to discuss confidential information.
And that's what we're going to do. So I move for executive session as, all right.
I'll second.
And we have a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And then we're going to resume back here at 1 o'clock.
Yes.
1 o'clock.
We have a Dr. Grant at 1 o'clock.
Okay,
Well,
so
but then the problem is you think that'll take the time to,
we're going to have lunch and during
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
and then we'll come back at 1.
Okay.
All right.
So for you med students then, please go ahead and head off for lunch. There's a Mexican restaurant around the corner. There's some, what else is around here, Dr. Pra? Not a whole bunch.
Not much.
Not a whole bunch, sorry. But there's a good Mexican restaurant right around the corner here.
And there's a place down at about 2nd Street and Washington called Crazy Jim's.
Oh, that's really
Or
good.
Second
Crazy
Avenue.
Jim's is great.
Is it open on Saturday though?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Probably a lot better than the other.
All right, we're back out of executive session for reviewing for executive director and the possible questions as well. We have to make a motion then for the applicants that we were going to interview for next week.
Yes, and by number, because
and
the
by
names
number.
are confidential.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I move we interview applicants 1, 2, 9, and 18 at the March 16th board meeting.
March 20th.
23.
March 23rd, 2019 board meeting.
I'll second that. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Questions? The questions that we have discussed during the executive session.
Just move to approve
Oh, I moved to-
as modified.
Move to approve as modified. I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
I have a second from Mr. Landau. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, so that's taken care of.
And my understanding is we're going to start at 8:45, 8:30 for the first one, 8:45 for the applicants.
Yeah, so every fifth.
Okay, so on number 17, then the interview and selection process.
Why don't we just say 8:30 for, because we don't know if that's going to happen with
Okay.
Mr. Myers, okay?
8:30.
8:30, we're going to start for everybody,
And do
okay?
you want to put them at a time specific, half hour,
Yeah, let's
hour?
do that.
45
So when you make it
intervals?
like 9,
That's why I said 8:45, 9:50, 9:45, and
okay,
10:50.
Alphabetically, too.
alphabetically.
And alphabetically.
Okay, 30 minutes each applicant, okay?
Got it.
Starting at
All right.
8:15. Give us a chance for the first 15 minutes.
Yep. Okay. All right. Are we ready to go to number 8 then?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to go to number 8. This is a consideration and action of compliance of term with board orders and request to modify or terminate orders. This is case ADO-14-026A, Carl Edward Ferguson, DO license number 2244, and also BDO-14-0221A, Carl Edward Ferguson, DO license number 224. And Dr. Pry, I believe this is yours.
Yes.
Okay. Do I need to swear him in or not?
Mary? Does he-
No.
Okay, here, okay.
Case is DO 14-0206 and DO 14-0221 were heard before the board on September 19th, 2015. The board ordered Dr. Ferguson to be placed on probation for 3 years and attend PACE or CPAP for an evaluation within 12 months and pay a civil penalty of $500 within 90 days. The board restricted Dr. Ferguson from prescribing Schedule 2 and 3 controlled substances plus Suboxone and Subutex. This also included recommending marijuana. It was ordered Dr. Ferguson must petition the board for termination of his probation. The civil penalty was paid in November of 2015. Dr. Ferguson attended PACE for an evaluation of June of 2017. It was recommended Dr. Ferguson have a practice monitor for 12 months and obtain further CME or training in pain and opioid prescribing. On October 18, 2017, a consent agreement was signed with the board. The agreement ordered Dr. Ferguson's license be restricted from prescribing or dispensing Class 2 or 3 controlled substances, including Subutex or Suboxone. He was prohibited from certifying medical marijuana. He was also ordered to obtain 20 hours of CME, 10 in medical record keeping, and 10 in ethics. He completed the CME in April of 2018. On January 19, 2019, the board received a motion for termination of probation from Dr. Ferguson's attorney, Jessica Miller. Dr. Ferguson is requesting the board terminate the restrictions on his license and fully restore his ability to practice.
Welcome, Dr. Ferguson. Welcome back.
Thank you.
How are things going?
Things are going well. Thank you.
Okay, good. And does your attorney want to make any other statements or anything like that?
No, I would just say as far as you should have a copy of the PACE evaluation itself, and as far as any concerns that were generated during that evaluation, that's why we signed the new consent agreement back in 2017 in order to satisfy any of those concerns. And then Dr. Ferguson, according to the recommendations made in that evaluation, also completed an additional 15 hours of CME related to opioid prescribing that we've also submitted to you.
Can you give us your name just for the record?
I'm sorry, Jessica Miller for Dr.
Right.
Carl Ferguson.
My question is, I agree with everything Ms. Miller said, but how do we know at this point the concerns are addressed? We had the consent agreement, the PACE evaluation. PACE evaluation noted one area where Dr. Ferguson did not satisfactorily, or I guess fail would be the best word, that's what they said. So do we need a follow-up from PACE on that one area?
What was the area you're specifically talking about? I don't recall.
Let me dig it up here.
Category 4, right?
It was Category 4, yeah. Yeah, let me find it here. PACE.
Performance that is not compatible with overall
It's a long file.
competency and safe practice.
Boy, I had it here a moment ago. Let me see.
Page
It's still-
14 of 15, I believe,
Yeah.
on the PACE.
Summary and recommendations. Yeah, right, exactly. Oh, wait a minute, was this just the category? Let me see.
That is just the category.
That's good. Yeah.
I don't think there was anything.
Yeah, well, let me go back. I apologize. Let me go back.
Okay. I didn't see anything.
Very demonstrates superior method. It does all the cases correctly. Yeah. Yeah, based on deficiencies noted in the PACE evaluation, the areas of concern will lack of knowledge of pain management, poor quality documentation, and propensity to maximize billing through upcoding.
Yeah.
Those were the three areas. The recommendation was the practice monitor, as was stated, accuracy of charting, carefully review all opioid prescribing, which you have not been doing, and carefully reviewing charts, and improve knowledge in pain management and opioid prescribing. So,
I believe he's done all those things that we've asked. You know, he did all.
yeah, he's done everything we've asked. The question is, has his performance, knowledge, et cetera, improved because of it?
Well, we haven't allowed him to prescribe.
Yeah, and I understand the prescribing part of it. And he did pass, Category 3 pass with well, the pass was significant deficiencies were noted. Yeah, is capable of practicing safely, but may not be reaching his full potential. So do we know that the areas we sought improvement on, actually, there was improvement? How do we determine that?
Well, the only thing is we could, you know, he's come to the end of his, he's come to the end of his, you know, probationary time, we could allow him to go ahead and have his full prescribing privileges again and do a chart review in 90 days and see how that looks. And are you planning on prescribing opioids and doing those things again?
We have pain management patients in our group. I am in a large group practice with CICC. I will never allow insurance companies to force pain patients on me again.
Okay. Well, my question was, are you going to be prescribing opioids?
I'm sorry?
Will you be prescribing pain medication or opioids? To give your full licensure?
Strict guidelines.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we do a chart review in, say, 120 days.
Okay, I think that would be appropriate. So I don't have a problem with him going forward and giving him his full prescribing back. I think he's done everything that he needed to do. I think he's demonstrated that, and he's been before this board several times, and I don't have an issue with doing that. Now, there was, in the beginning, they talked about having a, what is that, where they have a practice monitor come in, but we never moved forward with that.
I'm not big on them.
And I'm not either, and I think it's a huge cost to the physician. So I think he's demonstrated the things that he needs to do, and I think we need to make a decision on doing that. So I want to see how, I'm in favor of going ahead and lifting in the probation and letting him full prescribing, and then doing a evaluation in 120 days of maybe a 10-chart review specifically to his prescribing of opioids. I don't know how other people feel.
I just want to ask Dr. Ferguson a question. From where we started with this and where we ended up, I mean, I can't help to believe that this whole education process has just changed the way you're going to practice medicine.
Absolutely.
And in today's society with the opioids and fentanyl and all of this stuff, you have to be extremely cautious.
I agree.
And don't put yourself in that bucket, because you did, and it made your life kind of uncomfortable. But we have a job to protect the public, and just want you to understand that. So please take that at heart.
And I hope you understand this is an educational process for you too. So, and that it has made you be a better physician. That's why.
Absolutely.
Okay. Right. Any other questions? All right. So we need a motion to lift the restrictions?
Probation and restriction.
Yeah. I'll move we lift the, on both cases, I'll move we lift the probation. We terminate the probation, lift all restrictions on Dr. Ferguson's practice, and further that the board's medical consultant complete a chart review by a 10-chart review specifically the opioid prescribing by August 1st of 2019.
And he'll come back and visit us then.
Yeah, and then we set this for first meeting after.
In August. Or probably September then.
Yes, for the September meeting.
See you in the fall. Okay. Any second. Is there any discussion before we vote? Okay. Can I have a roll call, please? Dr. Pro.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was busy taking notes.
Okay.
Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Madem.
Aye.
Dr. Erbstrasser.
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes. Good luck to you. I wish you the best, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for doing a good job, okay?
Thank you.
All right, keep on that same path, all right? All right. Okay. And now we want to go to number 9. So 9 is review and consideration and possible action relating to a proposed consent agreement, a possible vacating a formal hearing to be heard. This is DO-17-0085A,
yes.
Mark Brian Grant, DO, license number 1609. Dr. Grant, go ahead and come forward. Welcome. I understand we were able to come to an agreement, so okay. And is it?
I think Dr. Cron needs to get your independent advisor on the phone.
I need to give him a call. Just 1 second here.
So how do we, is there a standardized form that we do for this, or for the consent
I'll
agreement?
have to help you, but.
No, okay. We can just.
Okay. Well, Jerry, help me with that.
Yeah, we can just start with Mary and.
I can.
Okay.
I can do it.
Yeah, go ahead.
We'll take minute. That'd be great.
Are you ready for me to call him?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm allowed, huh?
Hi, this is Michael.
Hi, Mr. Rain.
Howdy.
Hi, it's Dr. Pra. We're ready for you to help us with this Dr. Grant's case.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Is this our time to grill Mary?
Go ahead.
All right. So starting out, then, we hear the people's. Dr. Pra, how do we want to start forward with this?
I think Mary.
Well, we go ahead and start with Mary.
Yeah, I can go ahead and
Start. Yeah, why
get
don't you go ahead
everybody on
and
the
tell
same
us
page
what's
here.
going on?
So, Dr. Cunningham, members of the board, if you recall, I believe in January, the board did summarily suspend Dr. Grant's license, and then we proceeded to a formal hearing. We convened the formal hearing and had a couple hours of the hearing, and then Ms. Galvin and I and Dr. Grant started some settlement discussions to see if we could resolve the matter in lieu of continuing through with the hearing. And you do have a consent agreement and order for permanent practice restriction in front of you. Dr. Grant has signed it. So it is there for the board's consideration. Ms. Galvin and I believe it is a resolution that will adequately protect the public in lieu of revoking Dr. Grant's license, but it restricts him to working only in the public health field and public health administration, and permanently prohibits him from providing direct patient care and treating patients in any clinical setting, including prescribing controlled substances, and also requires Dr. Grant to contact the DEA and surrender his DEA permit. So we would ask that the board accept the consent agreement and also to vacate the summary suspension in the event you do accept the consent agreement.
You had one change.
Yeah. First, I'd like to hear from Dr. Grant. Is there anything you'd like to add, Dr. Grant?
No.
Okay, I have two proposed changes based upon the order of the paragraphs and how it reads. On page 5, lines 15 and 17, instead of respondent disputes the findings, should be respondent disputed the findings and conclusions. And then Dr. Grant also disputed the CPEP findings and conclusions. So an ED instead of an ES.
On line 15?
Line 15 and line 17 of page 5. That's, I think, fits the narrative of the order. Do you have a problem with that, Dr. Grant?
Do you have it in front of you?
No. Sorry.
He just wants to change the tense
Yeah.
of respondent disputed.
Yeah.
So we're talking about it. If somebody's reading this, it's going to be in the past. Doesn't change.
Okay,
the
it doesn't
meaning.
change
It's
the
just
meaning.
changing
No.
the tense.
No.
That's
Because
fine.
the way it reads seems like it's still it's still ongoing.
Okay.
So with that, there's Dr. Grant, no objection to the change?
No objection to the change. May I ask a question?
Sure.
One other thing, let me just finish. Ms. Williams, no objection to the
No
change?
objection, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
So is there a mechanism for me to reestablish my full licensure in the future?
I don't believe so, is there?
Well, if I understand the consent agreement, it's a permanent consent agreement.
Correct.
Yeah, I heard her say permanent.
Yeah.
But I'd like to know if there is a mechanism available to me to
I guess you
change
could
that.
you could come to the board and petition us. That would be the only thing, and see and we would go from there. Okay.
Okay.
You can always petition the board for a change, but there's no guarantee you'll get the change. And the board's not legally required, and our Assistant Attorney General can interrupt, the board's not legally required to either entertain or give you the change, but you can certainly petition the change.
For it. One more quick question. Is there a time frame? Does a certain amount of time have to elapse before I would petition?
No.
Okay.
That'd be up to you.
Oh, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other, Mary, do you have any other things that you would like to?
No, sir, thank you.
Dr. Grant? Can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion, we accept the consent agreement.
And
the board accept, and vacate the formal hearing.
Summary suspension and the formal
A
hearing.
summary suspension, the formal, and the request for formal, and the referral for formal hearing.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Madem, any discussion? Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Madem.
Aye.
Dr. Erbstrasser.
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes. All right, passes. Good luck to you, Dr. Grant.
Good luck.
Okay?
Thank you. I want to say thanks for.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Next is 10.
I think, are we done?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Rain.
Hey, we're all done. Thank you very much.
Leave them out there.
Have a good meeting.
Thanks for all your
too.
advice.
Great job. Sure had a lot to say.
All right. Next is 10, review and discussion and action on rehearing. So this is ADO-17-0151A, Marvin Allen Borstand, DO, license number 2261. Dr. Borstand, if you can come forward and introduce your counsel. And do we need to swear him in for this? Mary?
I'm sorry.
For this rehearing, do we need to consideration of rehearing? Do we need to swear him in?
No, not
Okay.
unless you're going to conduct any proceedings, but
Okay.
I would take up the motion for hearing first.
Okay. All right. Dr. Borstand, welcome. And this is, again, I think yours, Dr.
Yes.
Craw.
Case DO-17-0151 was heard before the board on August 11, 2018 at investigative hearing. The board moved for a decree of censure and disciplinary CME 20 hours in post-op management and care with attention to the recognition of infection. The order was signed by Amber Brake on the previous ED on December 17, 2018. Dr. Borzan's attorney, Steve Perlmutter, Dr. Steve Perlmutter, has filed a motion for rehearing or review of the decision.
Okay. Welcome. Dr. Perlmutter, do you want to start, or Dr. Borstand? Who wants to start first?
I'd like to make an opening, Mr. Chair.
Okay, perfect.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, there are 6 reasons why Dr. Borstand should be granted a rehearing or a review of this case. I will briefly discuss 4 of them: excess penalties, bias, surprise, and findings of fact. First, the penalties are excessive. A decree of censure is unwarranted. After almost half a century of medical practice and tens of thousands of cosmetic procedures, Dr. Borstand has never been disciplined by this or any other state osteopathic board. Dr. Borstand cared for this patient without any dishonest or selfish motive. He evaluated this patient 7 times over a 10-day period and would have seen her every day if she had been amenable. This case was a judgment call. According to the patient and Dr. Borstand, there was slow improvement from February 9th to February 13th with conservative antibiotic and hyperbaric treatment. It looked like the patient would be spared further surgery. Unfortunately, her infection worsened over the next 48 hours. When the patient presented to the Mayo emergency room, the fact is that Dr. Borstand was on the phone with the Mayo Clinic doctors in less than 1 hour. The patient wanted Dr. Borstand himself to perform the surgery, but he did not have privileges at Mayo Hospital. Even after the surgery at Mayo, the patient still chose to return to Dr. Borstand and trust him enough to request further surgery. Decrees of censure are given to physicians who ignore their patients, who don't care, or who act with reckless disregard. They are not given to physicians who see their patients 7 days a week when needed and continuously demonstrate compassion and concern. In this case, a letter of concern would have been appropriate. The 20-hour in-person continuing medical education course in post-surgical infection management ordered by the board simply does not exist. Moreover, due to hearing loss in his right ear, Dr. Borsand limits his practice to office procedures. This is all he is insured to do. Therefore, the surgery ordered by the board is not reasonable, and we request a modification. Second, I have expressed my concerns that the decision of this board may have been prejudiced by the fact that Dr. Borsand is board certified by the American Board of Cosmetic Surgery and not the American Board of Plastic Surgery. I also referenced a 2018 memorandum decision of the Arizona Court of Appeals, denied review by the Arizona Supreme Court, which held that in a medical malpractice case, a board-certified plastic surgeon was not qualified to testify against as an expert against a board-certified cosmetic surgeon. In our case, the outside medical consultant was a board-certified plastic surgeon. We suggest that the choice of medical consultant may have been inappropriate. Third, surprise was a factor in the August 11th hearing. Dr. Borsand could not have anticipated the wide disparity between the complainant's testimony and the facts as he knows them to be. Finally, in my motion, I explained how the findings of fact, specifically facts 3 through 7, are not justified by the evidence. In summary, I have presented 6 substantive reasons for granting a rehearing or review of the decision in this case that comport with Title IV, Chapter 22, Section 108D of the Arizona Administrative Code. We ask that you grant our motion. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, or I would like to go in executive session for legal advice?
I have no questions.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to go in executive session for legal advice. Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. We'll be right back. Everyone just sit there tight, okay? We're back at our executive session for legal advice. Mr. Lando, did you want to start first?
I guess.
Okay.
Let me go to where I need to go here. Give me a moment, please. I don't find grounds for rehearing. So I'm going to, as a global aspect, move to deny the motion for rehearing. I am, however, willing to, within that, grant a limited motion for rehearing for the purposes of changing the continuing medical education. I sense, I assume, or at least I sense we can go ahead and determine that there's newly discovered evidence in the fact that there is not such a program. And I don't think it was the intent of this board to require Dr. Borsand to pay $10,000 plus for continuing medical education. And look to see if we can find a substitute. There's a question as to what Dr. Borsand's going to be doing from now on as far as surgery, which we need to get clarified before we can answer that second question. But I will therefore make a motion to grant the motion for rehearing on a limited basis, simply as what's in the motion as to be the continuing medical education.
Modify the
CME. Yeah, the continuing medical education, based upon the fact that subsequent to the hearing, it has been discovered that a program does not exist. And so therefore, that's my motion.
Do you want to vote on that first?
Yeah.
See if you get that part.
So I got a motion.
Second on that.
Motion from Mr. Lando, a second from Dr. Madem. Any discussion before we vote? Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Madem.
Aye.
Dr. Erbstrasser.
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes.
And I'm going to make another motion that we deny the motion for rehearing based on all other grounds.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Any discussion? Can I have a roll call, please, again?
Yes. Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Madem.
Aye.
Dr. Erbstrasser.
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes.
Modify the.
Now, as to the CME, what is Dr. Borsand? Dr. Borsand, what are you going to be? What's your practice going to look like for now?
Well, I've been working towards getting a part-time position in addiction, and I did take 20 hours already of work in that, and I'll be continuing taking more in that area.
As I remember you coming before the board and you said you were not going to do any more plastics, cosmetic surgery, and that you were wanting the CME to be directed towards addiction medicine or substance dependency. Is that correct?
Correct. I contacted my malpractice carrier, and they've given me office only and no further surgery since I've told them I'm retired from the practice of surgery, that I can do office procedures.
So you're still going to continue doing office procedures and do addiction medicine as well?
Well, at this point, until I can get a position in addiction, I will continue to do some office procedures.
What type of procedures are they?
Hair restoration is kind of what we've been working with lately.
So is that cosmetics?
Pardon me?
Is that cosmetic surgery or?
The hair restoration is like using platelet-rich plasma, medication, different light procedures to try and get hair to grow, some minoxidil. I'm not doing grafts, if that's what you mean. I'm not doing those.
I would think there would be CME for dealing with infections or something with dermatological or procedure. I consider that hair restoration. You can see I've had a lot done. So anyway, for that type of procedure, I would think there would be some sort of CME that might be available in cosmetic type of surgery type of things. Are you aware of any of that?
I scoured the internet to find out what you were looking for, the 20-hour in person. I couldn't see anything like that. Now, as Dr. Borsan said, he's not doing surgical hair restoration.
Okay.
He's doing light, he's doing minoxidil, he's doing, but not surgery. He's not doing it with a knife.
How do other board members got any other suggestions?
Well, you've done 20 hours on
addiction already, yes, and
was that in person or was that online?
That was in person with American Osteopathic.
When was that done?
That was done October. I sent the paperwork in to you folks October 18th. It was at wherever the AOA meeting was in San Diego.
Okay.
There was a 20-hour.
Fall of last year.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that.
So do board members feel okay with then accepting that?
Yeah, just go ahead and
to fulfill the part.
Order 20 hours of CME on addiction medicine and count the 20 hours that
And we'll
previously
consider
was done.
that fulfilled.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion that we modify the continuing medical education requirement to 20 hours of continuing medical education on addiction medicine, and further that the course at the American Osteopathic Association in approximately October of 2018 fulfill that requirement.
Do I have a second? Second. Any discussion? Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Medem.
Aye.
Dr. Obstrasser.
Yes.
Dr. Conley.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank you for coming, you guys.
Good day.
Have a good afternoon. Good luck to you. All right. Where would you like us to go next? To the applicants? Number 11?
Yes.
So number 11, just right down the row.
Yes.
A.
Dr. Tom.
Okay. DO-19-008A, Michelle Tom. Dr. Tom, please come forward. Welcome. Please have a seat right there. All right. Thank you. Just have a seat there.
Good afternoon.
Another New York practice. That's good.
Dr. Pry, I think this is yours. Oh, this is John's. I'm sorry. Isn't this yours, John?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Michelle Tom applied for an Arizona osteopathic license on August 27, 2018. She meets the education and examinations requirements for this licensure. Dr. Tom disclosed a yes answer under the professional conduct history portion of her application. The yes answer involves an arrest for DUI in New Mexico in September of 2004. Dr. Tom does not hold a license in any other state. The details of the arrest were that on September 24th of 2004, Dr. Tom was arrested for DUI in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Prior to this arrest, she had consumed 2 8-ounce glasses of red wine. She was observed at 1:43 a.m., traveling at 55 miles per hour and a 35 mile per hour speed limit, and was stopped by the police. She was arrested and her blood alcohol level was found to be 0.12 to 0.13 blood alcohol content. Dr. Tom was found guilty of DWI first offense on February 1st, 2005, and the speed charge was dismissed. As part of her convictions, Dr. Tom completed the DUI First Offenders Program, drug and alcohol screening, counseling for drug and alcohol abuse, DWI school, Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, impact study, and community service. She attached evidence of satisfying the requirements of the court with her licensure application.
Welcome, Dr. Tom. You've heard briefly, I know this happened back in 2005. What type of practice are you going to be going into here?
Family medicine.
Family medicine? All right. When are you planning on starting?
As soon as possible.
As soon as we're done here today.
Loans or, yeah.
And I know that this is, pretty significant back then.
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask you, do you drink now?
Occasionally, like socially, at
Socially.
home. Yeah.
At home.
It's
So
not
what
preferred
do you
type
usually
of-
what do you usually drink?
Just beer.
Just beer.
Yeah.
So
I'm
a
not.
couple beers
I've never really been a heavy drinker at all. Unfortunately, being young at that time, I just didn't make a smart choice. I just didn't. And 15 years has been a long time, and I just occasionally have it socially, if that. I go at times where it's like 6 months, and I don't realize that. So I think being very inexperienced at the time, it was just a bad judgment, absolutely.
Any history of substance dependence or alcohol in your family history?
No.
Okay. All right. No with you.
No.
Any history? No with you. No.
No,
drug
absolutely
use or
not.
anything like that. What do you do now, though, if you have a drink and you're out somewhere? If you go to a restaurant somewhere, what do you
Actually, I really don't. I just maybe just have one, and I just call like a taxi, Uber, Lyft, if I do.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah.
You're sitting in front of the judge that wrote most of the DUI's laws in this state.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely needed.
And this is for the med students in the back. Really, I'm just going to tell you, for education for you, I make every applicant that has a history of DUI come before this board because I don't want to see you come before us again.
Yes.
Okay? So that's the impression I want to leave with you, okay?
Absolutely.
And if any of you back there, if you have one drink,
Yeah.
call Uber, okay? Or Lyft, or a taxi, one of the two.
The prices just went up. A taxi is probably the same now.
Yeah, because I'm going to tell you, if you get a DUI, unfortunately, Dr. Tom is going to have to disclose this on her applications for the rest of her career.
Yeah.
Okay, so that'll follow you, okay? So remember that, all right? Any questions from other board members?
How'd you end up in Southampton?
Oh.
That's the rich part of life.
I just got a transitional internship there. I was off track because I had off track with my boards, and one of my colleagues knew of a position there, so I applied there, and that just came open. So I was fortunate enough to be there for a year.
Any questions from other board members? I make a motion for an unrestricted license to be granted. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Welcome to the state of Arizona, Doctor.
Thank
Good
you.
luck
I
to
appreciate
okay?
your time.
Okay,
Thank you.
They made a TV show about medical practice out in the Hamptons. For a while.
Oh my God, unrestricted as an intern.
It was all fiction.
Prescription as an intern coming in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good luck to you.
Take care.
All right, we're going to go down to CDO-19-0014A, John R. Alisi. Doctor, please come forward. Welcome. And John, welcome. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, good afternoon.
John, thank you for, I think this is yours as well.
Yes, sir. John Alesi applied for an Arizona osteopathic license on August 27, 2018. He meets the education and examinations requirements for this licensure. Dr. Alesi disclosed 3 yes answers on the professional conduct history portion of the application. The yes answers involved a malpractice in 1991 where Dr. Alesi paid out a settlement, an admonishment by the Colorado Department of Regulatory Agencies in 1995 while Dr. Alesi was a resident, and a proposed malpractice suit filed in Indiana in 2011, and proposed complaint for damages filed with the Indiana Department of Insurance Patients Compensation Division. Dr. Alesi holds an active license in Indiana and held a license in Colorado, which expired in August of 2018. The details of the yes answers were, on May 28th of 1991, a rollover accident with injuries occurred, and both the driver and passenger were transported via helicopter to Wallensburg Hospital ER, where Dr. Alesi was working. The passenger died en route to the hospital, and his parents filed a lawsuit against the hospital, as well as the physicians. Dr. Alesi stated there was nothing he could do after his arrival to the hospital to change the outcome. However, the lawsuit against him was settled for $40,000 as an amount that would have been less than it would have been to cost to defend the suit. On November 9th of 1995, Dr. Lazy was issued a letter of admonition by the Colorado Department of Regulatory Agencies regarding his improper dictation of physicians' monthly summaries, his dictation of 60-day reviews, and for referring a patient to the hospital and failing to respond to relating to information regarding that patient's care. On August 11th, 2011, a complaint was filed with the Marion Superior Court in Indiana against St. Francis Hospital and Health Services, as well as several physicians, including Dr. Lazy. The complaint alleges negligence and failure to diagnose a patient's lung cancer. On March 9th, 2012, the case against Dr. Lazy was dismissed. On December 21st of 2015, a proposed complaint for damages was filed by a patient to the Indiana Department of Insurance against Columbus Radiology, Physicians Practice Organization, and several providers, including Dr. Lazy. The proposed complaint alleged that the providers provided improper treatment to a breast injury to the patient. No further details were provided. However, this case was reviewed by the Indiana Department of Insurance Patients Compensations Division on December 21st, 2017. The panel rendered a unanimous opinion that the evidence does not support Dr. Lazy nor the other defendants were contributing factors to the resulting damages to the patient, and they acted within the standard of care. It should be noted that Dr. Lazy submitted the supporting documentation for all four matters. However, there was no written narrative to the board explaining any of them in any detail.
Okay. Welcome, Doctor.
Yeah. Thank you.
You graduated a year after I did. I don't know if we ever passed each other in Kansas City.
I noticed your name was very familiar to me.
So, your difference. The questions I have, let's just start and go through all of them just very briefly. So, can you just talk to us a little about the one in May 28, 91 with a rollover accident? Lawsuit on that one.
The physician on, well, first of all, let me preface this by saying that Walsenburg, Colorado is in a county of 7,000 population. And at the time, there were 5 physicians on staff, and we would take turns covering the emergency room during the week and one weekend per month. So this accident occurred at approximately 5:45 a.m. It was a rollover accident, young college kid coming home from Alamosa, and he suffered a morcellated spleen. And I saw him 2 hours after the event. Dr. Clough was in the emergency room. He was on duty at the time, and I came in to do rounds at approximately 7:20, and he asked me to help him out. At that time, he had told me that he had called Flight for Life, and they were on their way. He had ordered 4 units of packed RBCs, and he was planning to transfuse. I proceeded to put in a central line, an NG tube, a ET tube, endotracheal tube, and we used mask trousers. We tried to resuscitate. I thought at that time, it looked grim because of the length of time that had passed since the accident. When flight arrived, they bundled him up and took him, and he apparently passed en route.
Okay.
So the ambulance, for some reason, brought that individual to our little 24-bed hospital that was not a trauma unit. There was no, we're just primary care doctors covering the emergency room. So in retrospect, that patient should never have come to our emergency room. The nearest regional facility was only 40 miles away, probably less than 40 minutes, and that young man would have probably survived. The duplication of records, that was something that I really should have been aware of, but I was asked. I was the only DO in the community and it was placed upon myself to do the best and be the best I possibly can, especially better than anyone else. And as a result, my notes were lengthy, and over the course of 2 to 3 years, my transcriptionist was overburdened with work, and she approached me and wanted me to allow her to duplicate some of the notes, some of the portions of the notes, so that I wouldn't have to dictate. So I would, on my 30-day reviews at the Veterans Nursing Home, I dictated medication lists, past medical history, social history, everything each time, every month. And so, in retrospect, of course, that got me into trouble, obviously.
Okay.
And that happened over a 6-month period, and I believe there were 11 patient charts. Also, the Colorado Board mentioned that I did not respond to a call. Apparently, that patient was a chronic pain patient at the time and was in the Pueblo area, and he had called me, and I was in Walsenburg, and I advised him to go to the nearest emergency room for his complaints. And I never did receive a page. Of course, at that time, we didn't have cell phones. And then I think that summarizes pretty much the first
And then the next one was the lung cancer.
Yeah, lung cancer. Yeah, that gentleman, I came to my office only one time. I saw him once, and he reported to me that he had had an X-ray by a retired physician in the community in Nashville, Indiana, who was in the habit of reading his own X-rays. And there was no X-ray report, and there was no X-ray to be found. But he said that he was told by this physician that he had had a abnormal chest X-ray. And I advised him, among other things, to stop smoking. I also requested that he obtain a CAT scan at our Columbus Regional Hospital, which I was employed by. He failed to do so, never came back, and 3 years later is when they issued this lawsuit. And I was named because I was, at that time, he must have mentioned me as being his primary care doc. However, since it had been 3 years since I had seen him, they dismissed me from the case. Okay. And then the final one, this lady was, her husband, and her son were long-term patients of mine, and she was well known never to comply with my recommendations for medical management. Never received a mammogram. She came in and saw my nurse practitioner, and after dropping or falling on a rock or dropping a rock on her breast or something like that, she had a huge hematoma. And the nurse practitioner gave her some recommendations on treatment, and she didn't come back for 6 months. And I saw her at that time, and I was somewhat panicked, and I ordered a mammogram immediately, and advised her to seek care from a breast surgeon. And before she left the office, she had an appointment for a mammogram and an appointment to see a breast surgeon. She proceeded to have the mammogram. The mammogram was read by the radiologist as being normal, and he recommended repeating the mammogram in 3 months. Within that 3-month period, I saw her probably 3 or 4 times for various things, asking her, if she had seen the breast surgeon, and she says, well, I got the report and it was normal, so I'm not going to see the breast surgeon. I encouraged her to do so, but ended up 3 months later seeing a breast surgeon on her own for some reason, and ending up having stage 4 breast cancer. So that's how. Incidentally, she had scheduled an appointment for her husband to see me on 3 occasions, and we had to decline to see him. So I don't
after
think...
the malpractice?
Pardon me?
After the
malpractice, yeah. She actually called to schedule an appointment for her husband to be seen. So I don't think she was really upset with me. I think she was more upset with the reading and just the overall outcome.
Any questions from other board members? Yeah. Can I have a motion? Can I have a motion?
Motion for license?
Yep.
Yeah, full license without restriction.
Okay.
For the state of Arizona.
Can I have a second? Motion was Dr. Erbstrasser for an unrestricted license in the state of Arizona, and I have a second for Dr. Madem. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Good luck to you. Nice to see a fellow classmate.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Next case, come up. There we go. Is D, DO-1900218, Jonathan Allen Sexton, DO. Dr. Sexton, can you come forward? Please have a seat if they're welcome. John, I believe this is yours. Welcome. Just have a seat there.
Yes, sir. Jonathan Sexton applied for an osteopathic license in Arizona on August 24th, 2018. He meets the education, training, and examinations requirements for licensure. Dr. Sexton disclosed yes answers on the professional conduct history portion of the application regarding arrests and also regarding entering a diversion program related to substance abuse. Dr. Sexton had also reported these incidents on his PGT permit, and these incidents were previously reviewed by this board in consideration of his PGT application. Dr. Sexton holds a license in the state of Nevada. Regarding the yes answers, Dr. Sexton's first incident occurred in April of 1999. He reports he was out with friends in Flagstaff, and his friend was involved in an altercation. He reports the officer cited him for disorderly conduct. Later, while at the hospital to get care for his friend, he reports another group of kids were being unruly in the emergency room waiting area. By coincidence, the same officer from the earlier incident arrived to handle the situation. The officer recognized Dr. Sexton and cited him for creating a disturbance, for instigating the teens. Dr. Sexton reports he graduated shortly after this and did not get his mail. He missed the court date and subsequently paid the fines. In 2011, the conviction was set aside. In May of 1999, he was pulled over when driving from Flagstaff to Phoenix. The officer found a box of marijuana in his truck as well as a handgun. He was charged with possession of marijuana, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of a firearm while committing a felony. He was to complete a diversion program, pay fines and fees, and failed to keep up with the drug testing classes, etc., and a warrant was issued for his arrest. In 2001, he entered a plea agreement for possession of marijuana and was to be placed on probation for 24 months, enter a diversion program, complete 24 hours of community service, and pay fines. He reports he completed the terms in December of 2004. In May of 2005, he was living in Cottonwood with his wife and child and sister-in-law. He left for work, and his wife left shortly thereafter. She thought the sister was there to care for the three-year-old child. The sister was not home, and the child got up and called a person who reported the matter to the police. The officers found the child home alone, but unharmed. The police also entered the home and found drug paraphernalia in the bedroom. The police arrested the wife for child endangerment and possession of drug paraphernalia. They later arrested him for drug paraphernalia. They ended up entering a plea agreement for possession charge, and the endangerment charges were dropped. They both had to complete a 6-month diversion program. He reports it was completed, and later the charges were set aside. These incidents were all reviewed in front of the board during the processing of Dr. Sexton's PGT permit evaluation. However, the board may wish to revisit these incidents while evaluating this license application.
How do board members feel? Do you want to go through each of them again, or?
That's fine.
Okay, so let's start then from the beginning, because I know we have maybe other board members that weren't here then as well when you first came forward, Dr. Sexton. Let's start back with the one in the first incident in April 1999. Do you want to go through that with us?
So I was out at a bar with my friends, and one of my roommates got into an altercation. He got hit with a big glass mug, which broke his jaw. I didn't witness the event, but he fell into me, and I turned around and picked him up. And as I was picking him up, I was grabbed by the bouncers because they thought I was the one that hit him or was involved in the altercation in some way. And because they grabbed me and I hadn't done anything, I tried to jerk away from them, and they tried a couple more times. And then after the third time, I turned around and there was a uniformed officer there. And so at that point, I quit resisting and was placed under arrest. But I was cited and released on my own recognizance. Because my roommate had suffered an injury, we had gone to the hospital for him to seek treatment, which at the hospital they confirmed that he had a fractured jaw. And as I was walking from the patient care area back to the waiting room, there had been some teenagers that were there for a friend of theirs. They had been out in the woods camping, and he had stumbled into the fire or something. But they were like playing in the wheelchairs and doing like wheelchair races. And I just, off the cuff said, "You kids quit messing around," joking with them. and the security guard thought that I was with them, and so they had called the police. Again, the same officer that had cited me earlier in the evening was the one that responded, and when he saw me, he cited me for disorderly conduct. Again, I was cited and released, and that was right about the time that I was graduating, and so whenever I moved, I didn't have a permanent residence yet, and so my mail wasn't being forwarded. I had received a summons in the mail that I didn't get, and after the fact, later in that summer, I found out that I was found guilty in absentia, and so I went to Flagstaff to answer those charges, pled guilty to failure to appear, paid my fines, and then, sometime later, had those charges set aside.
Okay, let's go to May of '99.
So that was whenever I got pulled over. I did have some marijuana in the car with me. As far as, I had it in there. It was making the car stink. I got pulled over because I had a headlight out.
Too, as I recall.
Yeah, and then the firearm actually wasn't mine. It was my roommate's. I think I reviewed the records, the DPS records, and it says in there that the roommate or the weapon did belong to my roommate, and he was living out of town, and he had left me with some blank checks to take care of some bills that he was going to be having sent to our house while he was out of town working. And so the weapon was taken. I was cited and released again, and that was a transitional period in my life. Again, I was trying to move and trying to find a job. I didn't meet with a lot of success in my job, and a lot of things just kind of fell apart for me at that time, and that was just generally a hard time for me, and that's why I wasn't able to comply with the initial sentencing. But some years later, I was able to answer those and went into a diversion program and also probation, paid my fines. And I also had those charges set aside.
Okay. 2005?
Yeah, so as described, I was living with my wife and my daughter, who was 3 at the time, and my sister. And I had left for work early that morning, about 5 a.m., and my wife had to be at work at 7. And so she left the house, and our daughter was still asleep. And my sister, who lived with us, often cared for our daughter whenever we'd go to work, and she would end up taking her to daycare later in the day. And she had come home the night before while we were still awake, and then we went to bed and then left in the morning. And when my wife left, she didn't realize that my sister had left after she had come home in the evening. And so she per our usual routine, went to work expecting my sister to take my daughter to daycare later. When my daughter woke up, my sister wasn't there, and so my daughter knew just enough to use the phone to turn it on and started punching some numbers. Ended up getting someone on the line who realized that there was a child, and she, at 3 years old, she wasn't able to delineate the details of, I'm home alone. She just said, "Is your mommy or daddy there?" And my daughter, said no. They hung up, and then the lady contacted the police, who came to the house. And whenever they searched the house, they found something that was in a basket of mine with like old keepsakes and things from college. And so the paraphernalia in question was like an old socket that I guess had some residue in it. I honestly don't remember ever owning that, but it was in my possession. And so I wasn't actually charged with the endangerment. I was just charged with the possession of the paraphernalia.
What residue did they find?
It was like a socket wrench, like a little socket wrench.
Was it marijuana? Was it something else?
It was just a little socket that had some residue in it. The
residue of what?
I'm not sure. It wasn't tested. The officer said that based on his knowledge of drug use patterns, that those are sometimes used as like marijuana one-hitters. And I'm not saying that I didn't have it, but I don't remember ever owning that. But I went through a diversion program at that time, and completed the program successfully and had the charges subsequently set aside.
Do you use marijuana now?
No, I do not.
Do you use any CBD oil or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Do you drink alcohol?
Occasionally.
When do you drink alcohol?
Where do I drink alcohol?
When and where?
Maybe a few nights a week at home. I'm a homebody for the most part. My wife and I like to
drink
beer.
Beer. A couple beers?
1 to 2, if,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have much of a tolerance, so if I drink more than that, I get a headache.
Okay. What do you do if you drink out somewhere and you're drinking? What do you usually do?
Either let my wife drive me home, or we use a Lyft or an Uber.
Any history of family history of substance abuse?
Yes, my mother had substance abuse issues.
Okay.
Has been incarcerated for, issues related to that.
Right. So there's a family history there then. So, okay. Other questions from other board members?
I just have.
Go ahead.
So that firearm that was in your truck was licensed to your friend, right?
Yes, it was licensed to my roommate.
Why was it there in your truck?
Well, it was a car, but we had traveled together before, and he liked to travel with it, and we just never took it out. I didn't even realize it at the time whenever I got pulled over that it was there.
Okay.
Like he had it under the seat, under the passenger seat.
Yeah.
Any other questions from board members?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I do. Well, I know it's been a while ago, but educated and gone through school, into medical school, but just kind of blowing off the court doesn't seem to be too smart. Yeah, I guess you'd think if I can't pay the fine or the amount due, just go to court and tell them. But just to do nothing seems somewhat irresponsible.
How old were you in 1999 when that happened?
23.
Yeah.
So he's a young kid.
Yeah. But you graduated from college.
I graduated in May of '99. So
Okay.
actually, the incident in question, I was coming down here for a job interview, and I was headed back to Flagstaff.
Oh, okay.
And so that was right before I graduated.
As far as the residue, it seems kind of you were given were you actually cited for possession of drug paraphernalia?
I was.
Okay. The officer had to say something. You were charged with possessing something used for drugs. So you think it was marijuana?
That's what I was reading the reports, in preparation for today, and in there, that's what the officer reported.
Okay, so that came out of the officer's report.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions?
No.
The only thing I would caution you on, there's a family history there too.
Yeah.
So I understand you don't like to drink, but because it gives you a headache, but I would just caution you, especially with a family history like that you would, maybe refrain from all types of alcohol and anything substance abuse wise, or marijuana, any of those things, of course. Okay.
And as far as my mother goes in the family history, I believe she was self-medicating for untreated psychiatric issues, and she's currently getting treatment and is doing much better. Yeah, so that's
Glad to hear that. I would make a motion for an unrestricted license for the state of Arizona. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you for coming, doctor. Good luck to you. We're going to practice.
I'm actually finishing residency soon, and then I'm going to do emergency medicine fellowship in Texas, and we'll likely.
Oh, we got an emergency room doctor here.
Okay, yeah, and likely we'll settle down in the Austin area. I'm originally from Texas.
Okay.
And we have family ties there, so that's what's next
I
on
was
our
born in
agenda.
San Antonio. I get it. So, all right. And good luck to you. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Cool.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
Dr. Cunningham?
Yes.
Could we move to 12 before we go to 11E?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
All right, so 12 is review and discussion and a possible action regarding practice experience verification for applicants under AAR 4-22-202B. This is licensing credentialing. So if Dr. You're going to go through this, Dr.
I
Powell,
will.
with this? Okay, thank you.
And Melissa, would you like to come forward and you can answer any questions they might have too? Because Melissa's our licensing administrator. So historically, as part of the licensing process, the licensing department has obtained primary source verification from each and every facility in which the licensee has had staff privileges over the last 7 years. So for some people, that's not very many, but oftentimes radiologists, especially people that do teleradiology, may be on staff at multiple facilities, on average about 50. And but they're employed and credentialed by companies such as VRAD or ONRAD, Obtaining verification from all these facilities may take months and at times as long as a year. Oftentimes, the hospital will only verify the physician is a VRAD or ONRAD radiologist and is not on site. These companies provide the board with primary source verification, verifying the physician's employment dates and the facilities in which the physician has privileges and whether or not they're in good standing. The statute regarding determining qualification for licensure, R4-22-202-B-3 and 4 reads, practice verification from at least 7 of the last 10 years submitted by each healthcare facility or employer at which the applicant obtained experience. The statute is attached in your paperwork, so you can look at it yourself, but it does say or. And we did talk to our AGs about it, and they felt that you had an option of making a determination on this, whether or not.
And I think most, what we're finding out, board members, is that most other medical boards, DO boards, are doing the VRAD, so they're not making do a primary verification for that, especially for these individuals that are radiologists. They're on multiple staff. So our decision is then, is that going to be acceptable for us moving forward so that these physicians are not limited, waiting a whole year to get a license by us?
Hey, Dr. Proctor, can you again repeat what VRAD is?
I'm not sure exactly what it stands for, but it's a company that employs teleradiologists, and they employ them and send them out, or I think what happens is they probably read from their home. They have the radiographs sent to them. They read them, and the VRAD is the company that hires them. They also credential them and are responsible for, getting them on staff at all these different hospitals and that kind of thing. So we're wondering if the board would consider those companies primary source verification.
Didn't one of our boards here have trouble with verification primary source? I'm hesitant to go down that path.
Mary, tell us, do you know if that's the case or not?
Well, that was a whole different
I know.
fact pattern. I think what we're looking at here, and the medical board has a similar rule to this one. It's not exact, but they do allow it from the employer. Because your rule does say you get it from each healthcare facility or employer, but it's just been this board's practice to always require it to come from the facility.
And what's the employer giving us?
You have to ask these.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Melissa, can you answer that?
So the employer fills out the Form 3 of the application, and it asks questions. Was this physician in good standing? Were they placed on probation at any given time? And then they just answer those questions, put in the dates of employment, and that's it.
Now what are we getting instead of this?
What we're getting is the hospitals are stating that they have no record of this physician on staff, and that they're not able to answer those questions.
So the hospital's listed because they're on contract with the hospital?
Correct.
Yes.
Telemedicine contract.
Telemedicine contract to read the radiology.
Okay, so if they were radiologists hypothetically employed by the hospital, we would be getting that same information from the hospital as we're seeking to get from the employer?
Correct.
Okay, all right, I understand that.
Okay. So do we need a motion then?
I think to, accept as primary source verification under either 3 or 4
Okay.
of the rule.
Okay, so do you want to just make that motion for us, Jerry?
Okay, yeah, I'll move that we accept primary source verification, and it's under 3 or 4?
3 or 4, yeah.
It's R4 4-22-202, capital B3.
Oh, here it is, down here. That we received primary verification utilizing R4-22-201, B202, excuse me, B3 or 4.
Correct. All right. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second with Dr. Madem. The motion was made by Mr. Landau. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed saying no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should we swear in Melissa before she All right.
Great job.
I think she told the truth.
Okay. All right. Last one for our applicants is EDO-19-0023A, Larry Eugene Menstra. Dr. Menstra, can you come forward? Thank you for patiently waiting while we were kind of smoothing out that process for you, okay? And I believe this is yours, John.
Yes, sir. Larry Minestrina. Am I pronouncing that correct?
Okay, I said it wrong. I apologize.
In my report, one time I forgot the A on the end. But applied for an osteopathic license in Arizona on October 1st, 2018. He meets the education, training, and examinations requirements for licensure, with the exception of a deficiency in his practice verification according to statute, which is one of the issues to be evaluated by the board during this application hearing. Dr. Minestrina disclosed the yes answer under the professional conduct history portion of the application regarding malpractice awards. Dr. Minestrina also holds a license in the state of California and held licenses now expired in the states of Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Illinois, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, Ohio, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Virginia, and Washington State.
This list of states he doesn't have. Okay.
The details of the yes answer regarding the malpractice case, of which there have been 4. The first was in 1996, where Dr. Minestrina was involved in the treatment of a small child who was brought into the emergency room. It was alleged that Dr. Minestrina and other providers missed signs of battered child syndrome, which would have resulted in the child being removed by CPS. During the litigation in 1999, the x-rays had been misplaced. The plaintiffs were awarded $145,000 attributed to Dr. Minestrina. The California Osteopathic Board investigated and found no merit to the lawsuit. The second case was from February 2002, when Dr. Minestrina was alleged to have provided a wrong diagnosis of a 15-year-old male with a painful testicle and vomiting. The child was later diagnosed with a torsion testicle, which resulted in the loss of the child's right testicle. The settlement was for $89,999, where $29,999 was attributed to Dr. Minestrina, and the case against him was subsequently dismissed. The California Osteopathic Board investigated the matter and found that there was no deviation from the standard of care. The third case was from December 2003, where it was alleged that Dr. Minestrina missed mammographic evidence of malignancy in a bilateral mammogram. The plaintiff was awarded $270,000, of which $150,000 was attributed to Dr. Minestrina. The case was subsequently dismissed. The California Osteopathic Board investigated the matter and found there was no deviation from the standard of care. The last case occurred in September of 2005, when it was alleged that Dr. Minestrina was negligent in failing to diagnose and treat a hip infection by misreading a CT scan. The claimant alleges that there was a 3-month delay in diagnosis of the hip infection, a degenerative hip disease, and the loss of an opportunity for a liver transplant due to the untreated infection. This resulted in a single-payer settlement of $37,500 on the part of Dr. Minestrina. The California Osteopathic Board again investigated the matter and found that there was no deviation from the standard of care.
Welcome, Doctor. We've kind of smoothed out a few things for you. You did have several malpractice cases, and I know that all the boards found that there were no issues, but could you just run through them very briefly with us? There's 4 of them here, more for education of our med students than more than anything, okay? So if you want to start with the first one in 1996, the small child with battered child syndrome.
Yes, I was a 1-month-old infant. Actually came in the day before. I happened to be on call that weekend and came in on Sunday, I believe, to read out the ER and other cases, inpatient cases from the night before. And your Brown was one of them. There was no indication of child abuse or any hints of that. I saw a linear opacity in the rib, and I thought I consulted Keats' normal variants and found that, and it came to the conclusion it was probably a congenital thing. I guess it turned out to be a fresh fracture that had no callus on it or anything, so I could not claim that it was a fracture at that time. Furthermore, I honestly didn't think that anyone would harm a 1-month-old infant, and in hindsight, I should have listed that in my differential.
What happened with the x-rays being misplaced? What was that about?
That was never concluded. Okay. Because the infant came back a couple weeks later, because it was the mother's boyfriend that was doing the abuse, and I guess he abused the infant further with shaken baby syndrome. And by that time, chest x-ray revealed multiple rib fractures because calluses were forming. And so everything was then transferred to another hospital. I'm not sure which one, maybe a county hospital. And I guess in that time, somebody from that other hospital required or requested those x-rays because they were checked out. And I didn't even know about it till maybe a year later. Okay. So I had nothing to do with the disappearance of those films. It was probably lost in the other hospital, I would assume.
Let's go to the second case, 2002, or misdiagnosis, 15-year-old male with a testicle, tortured testicle.
Yes, well, again, I was on call one evening, and he came into the ER with whatever symptoms. I guess he had some scrotal issues, and the ER physician requested a ultrasound of the testicle, or both testicles, and it wasn't really clear cut that it was a torsion. It wasn't that convincing. I thought it was more epididymitis, and that's how I diagnosed it. The young man was subsequently discharged and then came back 2 days later with a full-blown torsion. That's
okay. What is a torsion? Twist the testicle, and twist.
Plexiplasty.
You lose a testicle. All right. Third case in 2003, the mammogram.
Yes. It turned out that she had lobular breast carcinoma, which tends to spread diffusely through the breast rather than less than, or just a little bit more than half occur as a nodule. And in this case, it was probably more diffuse, and it's well known and has been reported that they may be invisible on a mammogram. And so I reviewed her mammogram, and then I think 3 months later, her old exam came in, and I reviewed the one that I had read with the one from the year before, and even with a second look, I saw that there was no change from the prior year. So I interpreted it as normal. And I guess about 2 years later, it manifested itself as a mass. And
she didn't have a mammogram a year later then or anything like that you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. And last case?
She did have an ultrasound, though.
Okay. Last case is the hip infection, just reading the CT scan?
Yes. I was working as a teleradiologist, and I can help answer your questions about that if you have any. So I was on one night, and the case came in, and he was in really bad shape, and CT abdomen, pelvis. He had cirrhosis of the liver. His bowel was, he was literally having shock bowel, and so I was really focusing on his bowel problem. And like out of all the images of the CT, like the last 2 images showed a very small hip effusion, and I didn't see it, didn't call it, so it allowed it to proceed for 3 months. And he was also a known drug abuser, and they have a tendency to have sepsis to the joints, so it got infected. And
any other questions from board members?
I just have a learning question. That the CT was probably of the abdomen.
Yes.
Yeah, that would make it really hard to see that. You got bowel all over the place, and you got an infusion, and who knows? I mean, I can't.
Dr. Maiden?
I just appreciate that it really sounds like you're actually putting a diagnosis on your reads instead of saying it could be pretty much anything and not committing, so thank you for doing that.
I always say the radiologist, the national tree is the hedge, so they hedge on everything.
That's good.
Mr. Landau, any questions?
No.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion for unrestricted license. Can I have a second, please? From Dr. Madam. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. I got to ask you a question before you leave. I see you went to Kansas City. Did you ever know a radiologist, Shirley Fisk?
yes, I was going to mention that. She was my classmate.
So she practiced at the old Phoenix General, too, and I remember her when I was a med student there years ago.
Mine too.
Yeah, so anyway, great. Well, welcome to the state of Arizona.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Even if it's virtually.
Where do you live, actually? I'm curious.
I'm going to be practicing with a group called MDIG.
Oh, sure.
In Yuma.
Okay, but where do you live there?
I'm in Yuma.
Yuma, okay, all right. Welcome. Well, this is a close drive to San Diego in the summer, okay?
They're a lot
All right.
closer than we are.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lando's getting some ice.
Okay, so we have to stop everyone, since we don't have a quorum. All right.
We need to wait.
Okay, where are we going to move to next, though?
We can either go into the executive director reports, or we can talk to the medical students, whichever one you decide.
Why don't we go through the reports very quickly, okay?
All right.
So we're at number 13. Is this all your stuff?
Yes. There are no further ED dismissals at this point, and I wanted to let the board members know that the numbers that we have on the numbers that I give you are going to be changing radically soon, because we're going through every single board agenda and making certain that everything was adjudicated correctly, and that and sometimes cases were not closed, or sometimes they were closed and they shouldn't have been closed. So so there will be some corrections to that.
Okay.
And so.
All right.
The financial report.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
On the cases ready to be sent to 3 review committee, those are the ones, the 18, those are the ones we've already received?
Just 1 second, let me get to that.
I'm just trying to remember the date. or we have 18 new ones coming?
I'm sorry, which ones are you asking?
On the cases ready to go to the 3 reviewer committees.
There are some in the 3 reviewer, there are some that are going to be on your next meeting. Or, I'm sorry, all the 3 reviewers, you've already gotten them.
Right.
We've done.
And
We're done, hopefully.
we're done with those, and those are going, whatever you haven't had today will go to the next meeting.
Okay.
So there's not any right this very moment.
Okay, great.
But there'll be some coming because we're getting more in.
Yeah.
Bring them on.
Bring them on, yes.
There's no question on the budget right now. Any questions on that?
Nope.
Okay. As far as pending complaints, the total number of open complaints is higher than we would like. We have a new employee who's going to be working solely on that.
Great.
Then the number of, let's see. And as I said, these numbers will change pretty radically, I think. Next month,
For the
I'll have
better.
Another report for you.
the better, right?
And then, yeah, they'll be better. And then the licensing update, you can see that from February 8th to February 28th, we had a pretty significant decrease. And then as of March 5th, we're down to 76.
Fantastic.
So
Good job, you guys.
It's
Yeah.
because Melissa and Jenny have been working
Thank you,
on
Jenny.
Saturdays.
Thank you, Melissa.
Pretty much every Saturday.
Thank you.
And working a lot. Let's see. I've already introduced you to our new employees. I wanted Melissa to come and speak to you. I feel like she did something that was above and beyond her, the call of duty. She is responsible now for licensing, and she is also responsible for the PGT applications.
Oh, great.
And one of the things that she recognized is that often when they get the PGT applications from the postgraduate training programs, they're incorrect. So she decided that she needed to train the postgraduate education programs. So she developed well, I'm stealing your thunder, but she developed a PowerPoint, and she's training them.
Fantastic.
Hey.
Do you have anything to add? I was going to have you do it, but I guess I just did it. And let's see, then the next item is the legislative update. Did you want to talk about that,
Well,
Mr. Lando?
I sent out a list of the active bills that affect us, and I'll be glad to answer any questions. There's one bill I'd point out you all may be aware of, Senate Bill 1062, that is that will allow the I guess it'll allow the licensee to have let me go through it again. Licensee to designate which residential address as the license of record, and the board will notify a licensee of public disclosure and allow the licensee to opt out of public disclosure. So we're going to have to make sure that we configure our website and configure whatever else we need to allow the health professional, the doctor, to opt out of the public disclosure. So it hasn't gone all the way through the system, but that's coming down the line. And let me go through this real quickly and see if there's any. There's some bills on prescribing. Another one I'd point out, House Bill 2118 would allow the Health Regulatory Board to regulate the unauthorized practice of medicine. You remember we had a case a few years ago where the complaint was this person is practicing medicine without a license.
Correct.
And we said there was no jurisdiction because the person's not a DO. And go see the Department of Public Safety. And this may be in relationship to the North Carolina case, the FTC versus North Carolina. So if that goes through, I don't know how many we actually see of these, but it's it's out there. House Bill 2463 requires an agency, us, to put on our website that we're required to prominently post and print on the license application that a communication denying a license, a cease or desist order, except that a person is required to have a license. Notice stating that the agencies are required to limit all occupational regulations that are only demonstrated to be necessarily to specifically fulfill the health, safety, and welfare and concern, and the person can petition the agency to repeal a regulation. This is one of the deregulation bills. Is another bill, 2519, is a bill to increase number of physicians' assistants that can be supervised. I don't know where House Bill 2660 is going to. This modifies the list of offenses for which we can disqualify a person. We don't necessarily have an automatic disqualifier, but this is part of the attempt by the governor to bring people, to allow people to stay in the workforce and give a second chance. So that I'm not sure where that's going to go. I talked about 1062. We're going to have to look at ultimately at House Bill 1086, Senate Bill 1086. We're authorized to grant authority to the board's executive director to issue and approve licenses, at least a temporary license. And there's also a bill, let me see if I put it on here, that is a reciprocity bill that, let me see if it's,
69?
Yeah, 2569. I've been working on this in our office as it deals with court reporters. It allows the regulatory entity to issue or requires an occupational license or certificate to a person who has been in good standing in another jurisdiction for at least a year, and that the person states he's going to. That person's going to be a resident here in Arizona. Interestingly enough, it's placed into the statutes dealing with military spouses, but it's somewhat misplaced. I just kind of threw it in there. It doesn't only deal with military spouses. It deals with everyone. And you still have to have the same level. The other state has to have the same level of training, etc. And it's eligible. The person's eligible to practice here. It does not make them eligible for a compact. Interestingly enough, I spoke to the sponsor about it last Thursday, and he said he sees eventually everything is going to go to compact down the line. Again, it's the ability to practice whatever profession you want to practice, but we're going to have to, if this passes, which will, see how this plays into our licensing authority and also our how it fits in with the compact. And the person still is going to have to take a test on Arizona law, and so we're going to have to look at that as well. So there's a lot out there. There's some other bills that died, so there's a lot out there. Need any more information on any of these bills, let me know.
Thank you.
And then the last thing is our GA audit. We got a nice report from them. They complimented Kim and said she does a very good job of keeping track of where we are. They really didn't have a lot of recommendations. Very few.
Good job.
And I have something else. I'm not sure where it fall on the agenda. We can't take action on it. What?
You have a current event?
Yeah, I guess we can do that. I'm looking down the agenda.
Would that be, and I was going to ask a question. Remember Pete Wortham asked us to talk about modifying our...
Got it right here.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I forgot to mention it previously.
Okay, would you...
Yeah, because that was on
Does that have to be on the
couple
agenda?
months ago, and I think you wanted a substantive policy statement. I mean, Mr. Lando can give you whatever update he has. You can't really talk about it, though.
No, we can maybe schedule it for next week to talk about it.
Can we talk about it? Could you put it on there and we'll talk about it next week then?
Yeah, let me just point out what he wants to do.
Okay.
He simply wants to take out 4 words from the application, both applications.
4 words are?
Are physical, mental, or emotional. The question in under 4, confidential questionnaire, that you were diagnosed with or developed initial or worsening symptoms of a physical, mental, or emotional condition which did or may impair or limit your ability to safely practice medicine. He wants to suggest taking out physical, mental, or emotional and say that you were diagnosed with or developed initial or worsening symptoms of a condition which did or may impair or limit your ability to safely practice medicine, and fits in with the import of the FSMB.
Yes, just put it on the agenda. And
Yeah.
you can
We're gonna vote
take
on it
action if
next
you
month.
want.
Next week, yeah.
Next week, rather. Yeah. All right. Good deal. Where would you like us to go to now? Do you want to talk about board meeting dates? We've already kind of talked about that already, right?
Well, actually,
You
we
have to
haven't.
vote on the list.
We didn't. We didn't talk about that.
Okay.
It was on my list, but right now, our next one is next Saturday, and then after that is April 13th. After that is May
18th.
And I'm not sure about.
Let me look at June.
Not
I think I
sure
already
about
have
that.
one on June.
Yeah, I think we have one.
There is one in June as well.
Yeah, could we?
I have the 15th of June. Is that correct? Yep.
Let me take a look and see how that works for me.
15th of June.
I hate to miss 2 in a row.
Yeah.
I'm good for the 15th.
Would we like to
Let's go further.
kind of figure out the rest of the year so people can make
At
travel
least-
plans and such?
Do you want to try and do
At least
one?
for summer.
We're behind. Do you want to try and do one in July or not?
Yeah.
We're not, we're.
We're okay?
Yeah, I think we're okay. I mean,
All right,
it's up to you
okay.
guys, but.
Well, July is always hard. For a month, a lot of people are out of town, and it's hard to get even complainants to come forward.
Yeah,
I'm not going to be available the 20th or the 27th.
Of July?
And or the 13th.
I'm available. Well, and see, the 6th is the July 4 weekend, so I don't think.
Yeah, and the 13th is FSMB.
So why don't we
Skip
then?
July.
Why don't we skip July then? Okay. August, I have August. We don't have nothing. We don't have anything in August.
Yeah, we need to find one for August.
You want to try the 17th? Does that work for
I think
people?
I'm gone. Yeah, I have an ALEC meeting and a trilateral FSMB trilateral meeting on this, kind of the same day.
How about August 3rd? August 10th, I'm not available.
Yeah, August 3rd. Yeah, I'm on my extended vacation, but I think I'm going to be in
How about
town.
how about-
No, the 3rd's good. I think I'm going to be in
How about
town.
August 3rd for you guys?
Just asking, I'll try to get the day off.
Does that work for you, Gary?
Yeah.
I'm going to tentatively put. Does that work for you, Gary? Okay.
I'm taking a lot of trips.
August 3rd. August 3rd.
But I'm
As
gonna,
far as I know,
Okay.
let me block
I'm
it.
gonna go ahead and
I'll
put it
just
on there.
put it on my agenda and just work around it. Because I'm so busy.
Okay. All right. And then September.
Let me take a look here.
How about the 14th, 21st, 28th? I'm open. So whatever. What works? The 21st. Does that work good for you guys?
I think
Of what day, month?
September 4th.
for me.
The 21st. Does that work for you guys?
When am I on a cruise?
All the time.
The question. All the time.
Well, the 14th works too for me.
Why don't we do the 14th since it would
Okay.
be a long time
All right.
between the two?
Okay. Let's do the
August
14th.
3rd.
I'll put it on there.
September 14th?
Yeah, my cruise is later. Yeah.
And then let's look at October. Do you want to do October So Yom Kippur is the 9th. The 12th, is that a,
Yeah, so October, yeah.
October 12th, is that a problem or no, Jerry?
October, Yom Kippur is the 12th?
The 9th.
9th. Yeah, so the 12th is...
The holiday, right?
No.
It's Columbus Day.
It's Columbus Day.
Oh, on the 14th. So how about the 19th, you guys?
Well, the 12th is not a holiday because we celebrate it, what, the 11th?
But Columbus Day is a 3-day weekend for
Yeah, it's
state
true.
employees.
Okay.
How about the 19th? 19th of October.
That works.
Okay, I'm going to put it on there. Oops. This crazy thing here. Okay.
November?
And then November.
December we're going to skip.
When's Thanksgiving? It's 1, 2,
Well,
28th?
28th.
So do you want to try and do it the 23rd?
I'm in Israel.
Can we do it the 16th?
16th
instead?
would work.
16th, I think 16th, I'm in Israel.
How about the 9th?
Yeah, block that off. I think the 9th.
Is
Well,
it?
I am.
Veterans Day is the 11th.
Oh, that's the 11th. Okay.
I'm gone from, I think the,
You want to?
yeah, I'm gone the 7th through, let me go back. 1, 2. I'm gone about the 7th through the 20th.
You want to do then the 30th?
30th would be the best day for
How about
me.
30th for you guys? November 30th?
November 30th? That's Thanksgiving weekend.
Oh, that's Thanksgiving week, you're right.
What about the 23rd?
That works for me, but is that okay with
Did
you?
someone say that was no
It's
good?
right
No, that's
before Thanksgiving.
That's okay.
You know.
Yeah.
I know this.
It's a week before.
For those that cook, it kind of is not good, but that's okay.
You're gonna have a new. You're gonna have a new.
If you want to come to my house and cook, then we're good.
You know what I do? I just order from AJ's. It's the easiest. They have it all
I just deep
pre-cooked.
fried turkey that morning.
Why don't we tentatively put the 23rd? Okay.
Okay.
All right. And
Or I can do
then,
the 2nd too, but that's.
or just
pretty
go
close,
to
Doctor.
Camelback Inn. That's what I do.
Yeah, I know.
All right. And then in December, we usually don't do one.
Right, we normally don't do one.
Okay.
Okay. I'm
That sound
okay
good to you
with
guys? All right.
All right, I'll check all these dates
Okay.
and make sure that they're not
Okay. So in conflict.
conflicting with anything as far as I know.
Graduation.
All right.
College.
Yeah, that sounds.
Where do you want us to go to next? Is it 17? We already did that, right?
I think.
Do we need a motion to approve the dates?
Oh,
So moved.
Can't hurt.
Second, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Great. 17, did we already do?
Yep.
I think we're ready to talk to the students at
All
this
right.
point.
All right, you guys, come on up. Come on up and just come on right up here. I'm sorry, what? Don't leave, you guys, because we still have to have a quorum.
That's what he wants to do. I got to sign.
Okay, yeah, you've got to give it here.
Didn't you guys form a committee?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, we don't need one.
Come on up
They
here.
formed a
Come on,
committee.
come up past the desk.
That was one of the pieces.
Come on and congregate. Just fill it all in here. Welcome.
If any of that real small stuff.
How you doing? I'm good. Thanks for coming down. All right.
Yeah.
All right, you guys, what'd you learn today? Don't screw up your records. What else did you learn? What'd you learn?
Reimbursed for what we lost.
Thank you. I got to pick on him. He rotated with me, unfortunately. He had a terrible month with me, I'm sure. I think you're going to be a radiologist. Isn't that what you said? So we have a radiologist. So this is good. What else did you guys do? Yeah, you can, man. So, you know, this is not a malpractice court. So, and you heard from the previous doctor here that was a radiologist. He had been sued, and he had some settlements, but the board from California found no merit or found anything. So it's completely different, okay? Many times we
You get paid the same thing whether you're on 1 or 7.
What else did you guys
She
learn?
said put down 5. That's what they. We were told to put down 5 the last
Anything
time.
about opioids? So you kind of didn't hear that. What did you guys learn about opioids then too?
Yeah, if we
Trust
get
that
paid.
answer?
Anything about, what else did you learn? we had some people here with their applications.
guys get
They
reimbursed
had
for
some
your
DUIs.
Yeah, we talked about
So what happens if you have one drink?
Mileage.
The taller man, he knows that, I've told him.
No,
I'm not kidding. I don't even hardly drink anymore, but if I have even one drink,
to start it.
I always have somebody drive, or it's not worth it, because in this state, like I said, number one, they're very strict here and severe penalties. They don't follow you for the rest of your career. You have to always disclose, okay? We did have some other issues with applications, like we've had before. If you are filling out your applications, make sure you're doing it. Don't leave it to your wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, secretary, because when you sign it, and if you signed it and you didn't disclose and you say, oops, they filled it out for you, we don't care, and really it's unprofessional conduct, okay? So that's very, very important that you fill them out yourself, okay? The other thing, talking about substance abuse, we had several cases we talked about today, and, you know, this is a time, if you do have a problem, this is the time for you to take care of that. Don't wait till you're out of practice and something happens, because we're going to follow you, and there are severe consequences if you do have a DUI and do those things, or you have any other types of issues that are going on. And if you have a friend, it might cost a friendship, but maybe you should, and you're in school, go ahead and report them, because you may save their life and their career in the future. Okay, so don't forget that. Dr. Prom, you want to talk about a little bit about the program for substance abuse?
I'm sorry, what did
the
you-
substance abuse, want to talk to me about that?
We've never
So
implemented.
we have a program here in Arizona, the DOs do, we have a confidential physician program that if a physician self-reports before there's been any patient harm or any legal action on them, they can enter our confidential program. And then if they did, then we would help them get whatever care is necessary. And they would be in a confidential program with us for 2 to 5 years, depending on what the problem is. And the nice thing about that is doesn't affect their license. It doesn't get reported to the National Practitioner Data Bank. It doesn't get reported to the hospitals. Nothing.
Well, you can't miss it. It's a volunteer.
And the reason that that's important is then you can get the treatment that you need, get well, and go on with your life without having to have it affect you forever.
One of the other guys did.
And so if you know of anyone who's suffering right now, it would be really good to talk to them, to convince them to self-report. The reason is that as busy as you are right now, as crazy as your life seems, it probably is a better time to do it while you're in training, because you can always, come back to that. It's really difficult once you get into practice.
You're out of school, but it's worth it to take care of it now. It really, really is.
Especially before you get into any kind of trouble, because you saw a good example of what happens when you try to practice and you're just a mess.
And it really is a gift. So if you do get a DUI and
Sometimes they're just insane.
It's public knowledge, it's too late. You can't do the confidentiality program. So really, if you have a problem, come talk to us. We're here to help a physician. We're not here to be punitive, but we really want to make sure that we have safe physicians, because, like we said before, we're here to protect the public, okay? Jerry, do you want to talk to them about their records keeping and everything?
You heard a little bit of a conversation regarding verification. State law requires, and most states, primary source verification. Anytime you apply for a position, a license, maybe even a hospital, they're going to take you down to day one of your life, and you're going to have to list everything. Right now, it's kind of easy. I went to medical school, or if you're a resident, well, I was a resident at Banner. But 5, 10 years, 15 years from now, the hospital you worked at may not be in existence anymore. And
Ours doesn't exist. Dr. Prost, ours doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, so
we're very young.
Same with
Once
me.
you know
Same
that.
with me.
Yeah, and the state bar, for me being an attorney, is the same thing. It takes a while. So therefore, there are what's known as verification services. where you can turn in your documents of employment to a verification service. It's kept, and then when a state needs it or a hospital needs it, it's almost instantaneously spit out. I'm the treasurer of the Federation of State Medical Boards. I'm one of the officers on the national board, and
the Federation's over all medical boards in the United States, provinces, and those things too.
Yeah, and we have the Federation Credentialing Verification Service. And there are others. There's one or two others I think you can look at, but I'm familiar with the FSMB, FCS, or FCS, Federation Credentialing Verification Service, FCVS, and we will take all your information, store it, and then when it's needed, we'll have it available for you, so you don't have to go back, either us or someone else. I suggest you take a look at it, get a start. Go to Federation of State Medical Boards and look for the credentialing service, verification service. Go in, take a look at it, get a sense of what it's about. You can call up or ask questions. You can look other places. But I suggest as you begin to get towards graduation, you sign up and get going. It's relatively cheap, very cheap, and it's going to save you hours upon days upon weeks of tracking back all your information, and it's that's why it's so popular, because it saves a lot of people a lot of time and a lot of grief, because you're going to have to report this, and you can't ask your assistant to report it. The MA made a mistake on the medical records, so now this doctor's before the board. You report wrong information, whether it's your fault or not, your license is in jeopardy. So you gotta go ahead and look at it, and you have to go ahead and sign it, and you have to make sure everything is correct. So that's really, really important. So you definitely need to get going on that.
Any things that you'd like? Dr. Madam is our ED doc, and Dr. Erbstrasser is family practice like myself. Anything else you want to talk to the students about?
Well, just a little bit to expand on what Dr. DeCraw was talking about here. How many of you think that medical school can be exhausting, stressful, a lot of work?
And it is.
It is. And how many think that's going to get better when you graduate? So I just want to put that out there, that we deal with a lot is expected of us, we're held to a very high standard, so you have to make sure that you put yourself in a situation where you can deal with it, and find methods of dealing with it besides drinking and driving, and what the heck was that called, a wrench? I'm not familiar with drug paraphernalia too much. But either way, keep in mind you guys are extremely valuable resources. You've put a lot of your own time, a lot of your own effort into what you've done so far. And we expect a lot out of you for the next few decades. So we have to keep you functional and capable of taking care of yourself. If you can't take care of yourself, you cannot take care of a patient. You have to be an example to the patient by making sure you look after your own mental and physical health. And if you want to take that self-sacrificial approach, you will destroy yourself, but that's not going to help you or anybody else. So keep in mind that when you're put in situations like some of our doctors you'll see come here sometimes, because they're put in impossible situations, and of course they fail. Sometimes if somebody asks you something that you know you should not do, then you just should not do it. It might be something that could affect your job at the time, but it's better than affecting your patient or your career for the rest of your life also. So keep in mind, not everybody's going to ask you to do what you should do, and some things might sound reasonable, but if there's something in the back of your head saying, whoa, then that's a real concern. So please just look out for those tripwires and try to keep yourselves intact so we don't have to take too much more time with you.
Anything you'd like to add?
Just well said by all my colleagues. Do not lie on the exam. Do not template it. If you template it, make sure you did it. Okay, that's a big issue with me, and I see it all the time.
So you clone notes all the time. We call them cloning.
Yeah, cloning.
Yeah.
I mean, that'll get you into trouble. So
What
always, whatever you document, you did. If you didn't do it, then don't say, yes, I did.
What are you guys going into? Anybody going into family practice? Okay, good. All right, ER. That's the most I've seen in a long time. ER. Good. I know we got a radiologist back there. OB-GYN? Psychiatry? OB-GYN? Good. Psychiatry? Good. Anything else? What'd you say? Peds, pediatrics, internal medicine?
Good.
Orthopedics? Good.
I think we got everything.
Did anybody else? Anything I missed? Anybody else? So you guys haven't decided. What did you say?
Gen surgery.
Surgery? Gen surgery.
Gen surgery,
Good for you?
yeah.
Good. Well, I didn't hear what you were doing.
Oh, fantastic.
Good,
Smart.
Good. You are smart, Dad. Well, I hope you learned something today. Enjoy the rest of your day. It's beautiful out there. Thank you for coming, you guys, okay?
Thank you.
Hope
Appreciate
learned
it.
something. Take care. Can I have a motion for adjournment, you guys?
So moved.
All right, second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Great. All right, you guys. Good job. Glad to see you, man.